Hey Toaster, would you say that this video game resonates?
No. No, I wouldn't. I would not say that, Keith.
That hurt me.
No.
But it says resonate right here. Going by the average feedback we get whenever we criticize anything in this game, that means we're wrong, because it says it right there. Anyway.
Oswin said the vault works through my butt.
Got
him.
Did you see a comic about that idea?
Okay, not gonna question that. Sometimes you just don't need to know.
I mean, I can explain in excruciating detail. Anyway, massacre password. Time to undo the last everything we did. The stupid fast forward thing doesn't work. There we go. If fast forward is active, you can type the password, but you can't hit enter. And I don't know of any other way to hit enter, so you have to just back out to undo the fast forward, I think. It's awkward. There's a comic where the guy's like, my asshole is actually a portal. And he's like, oh, to where? He's like, oh, to my friend's house. And it just cuts to that guy.
Oh, that's such a good one. I love that one.
Yeah, he's just hanging out reading, and then a dick just spawns in the middle of his room. He's like, ah, Jacob's getting laid or whatever. Good for him. It's like, wow. He's not gay, but he is an ally. I've been through it a couple of times before, and the moment I heard the chime, I braced for the worst. Maybe bracing for it was the worst thing I could have done, as a sharp pain coursed through my head. As it flashed in front of my eyes, I gulped. There it was. The floating portal penis. I didn't want to have succeeded in finding the password, but the fact I did felt bittersweet. I didn't want to have succeeded in finding the password. Well, I have bad news of what happens if you don't find it, but okay. No, that was just badly written, yeah. I should say, I wanted to find the password, but the confirmation was bittersweet. Because but it's bittersweet implies that, like, the good thing has, like, a negative tinge to it that you have to stomach, but phrasing it as a negative and then saying it's bittersweet to counter that, no one does that. No one says a bad thing, like, but the bad thing's bittersweet. It's like, that's when you say it has a silver lining. That's how that works. Anyway, welcome to Keith's Writing Corner. There's only one correct way to write. Remember, kids. That's the bad faith response whenever I criticize any writing, is that I'm saying there's only one way to write. That's obviously not the case. It was Sal. Somehow. Sleepwalking, maybe. You know sleepwalking even all the way back here, and yet you act like you don't know later. But I knew where I needed to go next. I came to on the floor of the vault. My head was spinning, as if I had just been thrown about the room for a few minutes. How long had I been out for? How long had it been? Was it too late to intervene? First two sentences were the same sentence. Scrambling to my feet, I tore out of the room and headed upstairs in search of Sal. Sal! Calling out into the foyer, I hoped he'd hear, or anyone would hear, for that matter. It echoed off the walls, but no response. Was it too late? Grabbing my phone out of my pocket, I checked the time. It wasn't too late in the evening. Then, if what I had seen was an indication, there was still time before... Sal! Where are you?
Do I want to know why you're shouting in the middle of the foyer?
Boss, where's Sal?
Hold up there, Dave. Why do you want to know? Why do you want to know where our friends are at this vacation that we all took together?
He's gonna kill someone.
Excuse me?
The vault, have you not seen him, or have you seen him or not?
Upstairs, I think? With Dean?
I turned away from Haas and bolted upstairs, continuing to call out for Sal. Sal!
What?
Don't murder! I looked at what he held in his hand, a small container of medicine. He's literally holding it right now. It's you. What's him? In the vault, I saw you. What are you doing right now? Okay, so I think you should stop yelling. Then I whined, shuffling anxiously on the spot while Dean placed a hand on my shoulder. Now, what happened? Massacre. Sal's going to... I replayed the events of the day in my head, thinking back to everything I'd learned with my eyes settling on the medicine in Sal's hand. What's that, Sal? Medicine?
Sleeping medication, yes.
Backhands it out of his hand. Technically it's mine, but I don't know. Sal asks for it to help him sleep. But why? He just said. So, Dave
is just the king of never asking the right question. Like he's just
the king of asking a question that was just answered by the last sentence. Why do you get sleeping medication when you can't sleep? Why? I don't understand.
Sorry, I was throwing my cat out of my room.
Defeat.
After everything that we talked about today, I wouldn't mind just getting some decent sleep.
But what if taking the medicine makes it worse? How would taking medicine make things worse? What kind of medicine is it again, Dean? Bear tranquilizers. Oh. I think I see the problem. I want to point out another problem with this game. Let's make the playthrough longer moments. So, in morphogenetic fields, in the source material we're essentially adapting here, Virtue's Last Reward, they literally, through the trauma and so on, they end up essentially knowing their memories as a whole. They know it's happening in the other timelines. At least when they do successfully conjure them, because they have to be very selective about when that's possible, because the game has 20 fucking parallel routes, so they have to be very careful when they allow any memory to be regenerate to carry over, because that's writing divergences to control. But the point is that they actually know what happened, because it's their memories.
Yeah.
But in this game, Dave just gets a vision, and he has to extrapolate from the vision what the fuck is even happening, and that's complicated. If I remember correctly, like when he had a vision of Sal dead in the freezer, he then had to extrapolate out and figure out what caused that. And that's usually how it goes, is someone dies in some way, and then they have to like kind of investigate what would even cause that kind of death to happen and so on. In this case, Dave just saw Sal making an angry face and viciously murdering Dean. And that's the entire vision. And these visions, when you get down to it, I can excuse some of the idiocy of the characters, because like these are about as helpful as those visions you get in the fucking Supermassive games or Supermassive, the Until Dawn people, where you see like an effigy and then you see like a weird blurry half-second video, you're like, what the fuck does that mean? What am I even supposed to extrapolate from that? That's essentially what Dave's getting, just this tiny window into a scene.
Yeah.
To cheat, the writing is immediately like, Sal's killing people. Maybe he's sleepwalking. It just says that.
Yeah.
It just puts that in there, just so he already is like he's just inherently already thinking he's sleepwalking. But you can't get that from a vision of somebody murdering people with an axe, especially when he's making angry faces like he's not in a trance at all. Like there's no evidence he's even under control in the video. So for all you know, Sal was defending himself against Dean or something. But because the point of this is to have Dave know what happened so he can stop it, he just does know what happens, even if that's not how the dream works, because it's, when needed, they seem to just lean on the logic of the source material, even though the audience has in many cases not played said source material, which is to just use the memories from Virtue's Last Reward.
Yeah.
Because the fact that he saw the vision and instantly Instantly knows that Sal was sleepwalking, instantly runs in on Sal currently holding the pills that caused the sleepwalking and is going to resolve the entire conundrum in 30 seconds. Is like, one, breakneck speed of anything ever happening in Password, but also like the most it's such a like a domino sequence of conveniences that it's like, really, man? Like, we're not even gonna spend time grappling with like the mechanics of the game and how it works as a mystery and a murder and a death game. Why? So we can then just go back to doing other stuff like that isn't the main plot, because this is supposed to be the part you're interested in talking about. And granted, I don't monkey pop curl if I ask for more of anything in this game, obviously, but this is just so uninteresting in how it's being resolved.
Yeah.
It's actually, in this case, I think it has less depth than it did in Sal's route when they did the same thing, which is it's his own kind of disappointment that they recycle the same thing to begin with. Bear tranquilizers. Oh, I think I see the problem. And I guess that's the problem here too, is that Sal's, if they were written chronologically, then Sal's route already had this happen days ago. So when you get to the massacre ending, it's once again a case of like, I've written this before. I'll do like this short version. Fuck it. But like, once again, this is like, this keeps happening in the form of like, we're in the route that is the main route. You expect that most people are most likely to play, and it's also the one you need to do to get a good ending. And that's the one that's in many cases being written the worst, because they're like, fuck it, I've written the scene before.
Yeah.
The three of us were left in silence, with Sal's grip on the medicine tightening slightly. Sal? With a sigh, he pushed the container back to Dean, shaking his head.
What did I do? Sal, you didn't believe us that this shit was happening in the other route. Why do you believe us now?
He believed us at some point.
No, he was like, Dave, I believe that you think this is true.
Yeah. It was a version of that, because around now he was like hugging us around the vault, consoling us over us freaking out about the massacre ending that can't happen at all. So I don't know how we got a password.
Yeah. I mean, it's just because the linearity doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Dean and I looked at one another, uncertain. I'm sorry, I just wanted to... Sal shuddered, and I wondered if he was crying despite seeing no tears. Hey, it's alright, Sal. You'll be okay. I can't really say I know what's going on, but... I'm sorry. It's my fault. I don't know. I guess I just didn't want another thing like Benson to happen. Well, at the very least, bringing it up is a better thing than just bottling it up. Still, if you saw a thing, then I guess we can,
Dave!
Yeah?
I'm sorry if you thought I...
He shuddered and lumbered past me almost in a daze. Sal, come back. Dean, Save it. You meant well, right? Of course. Well, trust that at least. Just let me deal with Sal and hopefully things will be alright in the morning. We're best friends after all. Dean stepped in and gave me a quick hug. Good night, Dave. I watched as Dean left, unsure if I'd done the right thing after all. Well, you did the worst way you could, which is, as usual, you go so far in not explaining it. You just explain as little as possible to create drama. On one hand, I wasn't sure if this was a case of me having stopped what I saw happening, or if my intervention had just ensured it was going to happen. Still, I did all I could do. That's not true. That's not true at all. Would Dad have been proud? I wanted to feel proud, but something was nagging at me that I'd done something bad. Maybe that was just the cost of trying to keep everyone alive.
Is this the first time he's like really talking about his dad in this route?
No, I think I remember fast forwarding through at least one dad dream. I think they started.
Oh, okay. Okay,
It's
I was just trying to get
Yeah.
a grip on like when the dad depression starts in the story.
Fast forwarding is hard to parse a little bit about how the timing's working, but we know that dad dreams culminate in Jack attack, because then after that the road
Yes, you are
explodes and then
correct.
he
Okay.
confesses everything and stuff. Actually, I think, yeah. So it's, and I think it might have been 5 days before that. So I think it might be like day like 9 to 13 or something ish. But yeah, they already started. It is harder to grasp the timeline when you're fast forwarding, but the idea of reading it all again in real time is actually upsetting.
Yeah, it's terrible. Awful idea.
Hold up. What's with the face? What face? You look like you got busted doing something you didn't. What'd you do? You look like you got busted doing something you didn't.
What did you do?
What does... What? What? You look like you got busted doing something you didn't. What did you do? How do you get busted doing something you didn't do? And then why would you then ask what you did anyway, if assuming it's an accusation saying you did do the thing? What the... I grumbled, sitting down on the bed while Ty closed the door to the bedroom behind him and coming over to join me. Close the door and coming over. Alright, well, it's only one line later. You can't expect every line to be readable. I've got the vault working again. I sort of wish I didn't. No shit, what'd you see? Sal killing, Damn, so you... I went and confronted Sal about it, yeah. He didn't take it well, but Dean's looking out for him now. He every time he conveys a vision, he can only say 2 words at a time, and then he stops. He can never just say a sentence about what he saw. What, you went up and told him to not kill anyone? How'd you expect that to go? Better than how it did? I guess I got caught up in the moment of just trying to stop what I saw from happening that, it'll be probably fine in the morning. That's normally how friendships recover from you accusing them of attempted murder of their best friend. Just say you're sorry, give the leg a cuddle or something, and it'll be fine. You really think that's all it'll take? Fuck if I know. I don't have any friends. Remember the part where I don't have friends, Dave? Not much you can do about it now, though. Yeah,
Jeez.
I guess you're right. For real, though, you okay? I guess I'm just tired now? Can we just, you know, sleep? Ty sighed out, shaking his head. You're hopeless, but yeah, just sleeping is fine. Even if you wanted to, don't worry about it. There'll be other chances, maybe, I don't know. Right, this was the night they were supposed to fuck. So from his perspective, their pre-agreed upon fuckitude was, Dave just disappearing for hours, because instead of coming to bed, he went to the vault and then passed out. I got up to switch off the light before heading over to the other side of the bed and getting in. I mean, I would prefer it if this route ended without these 2 characters ever sleeping with each other, given that how just burned that bridge is. Like, that...
Yeah.
This entire romance is ruined preemptively, and it's upsetting how early it happened. Is it alright if I just find it, you know, a little scary? What the fuck are you talking about? Dave, get in the damn bed and get some sleep. You're overthinking things. Okay, you're right. Sorry. Does he mean the sex or the vision of murder? Because both answers yes, or they can both be yes, but a stupid question. I stripped down to my underwear and got into bed next to Ty. Neither of us moved at first before Ty slid an arm under my head and pulled me to him, making his chest a makeshift pillow. Under my head and pulled him to Ty just pulls you into his chest head first by just wrapping an arm around your face. It was usually the other way around, but the steady thumping of his heart put me at ease. I yawned again as he gently rubbed my arm until I was out like a light. Still path A. Back on path, eh? Brrr. Daddy! I've been dreaming
Ew.
again, right? It was a dream. Something about... Okay, one line of dialogue about Salandine, that's it. Hammond Manor. A bed that I was, for the most part, slowly becoming used to. Like, almost like it's been 2 weeks. 2 weeks. But the one thing I was used to was the wolf next to me, sprawled out on his back, seemingly at peace, despite the fact that we were litigating our entire relationship 3 days ago because it wasn't canon yet that we were blood brothers. Not blood brothers, the other one. Anti-blood brothers. Bloodless brothers. I groaned out, slumping back against the stairs before I caught movement nearby. Huh? Must you be so loud in the morning? I wasn't loud, I was just... The words were already out of my mouth before I realized the irony and saw Osmond crack a smile. Why aren't you in your, well, hiding? I'm on my way to bed. Wandering my own house is somewhat normal given I live here, no?
No, you don't, Oswin. You don't live here. Go away. It's my house now.
I'm claiming it. I peed everywhere. You can't... I don't think you can do this. I guess he does have cameras. I'm dubious on the idea of trying to establish the idea that Oswin wanders around at night. Because a certain other character wanders around at night, and those two things don't mix. Because if he sees Oswin, that fucks everything up.
Yeah.
It's already established that Tyson wanders around at night, and so it's like, does this Oswin scene happen if you're not romancing Tyson right now and sleeping in the same bed as him? Because he specifically is known for roaming the house at night all the time. So Oswin is not safe to roam. That bridge is burned, unless this is exclusively happening in the route where you're sleeping with Tyson and he's stuck in bed with you for those scenes. And that's some benefit of the doubt that I'm not willing to give at this point, given that even Tyson's route's not internally consistent. But staying hidden and... Believe me, I'm aware. But at the same time, consider that I would know how best to move around my house, outside of, perhaps, Benson. So you're going to disappear now? Soon? Are you still interested in another meeting tonight? Oh. If you've changed your mind, then I suppose that's that. No, I'm still interested. Good, because I have questions for you after last night. You put on quite a show. You were watching? The equivalent to a morning television program, if anything, except it was last night, so... But something that I've been pondering while you've been asleep, no doubt. Why did you say morning television program? Why? Why include morning? Is that a specific genre of morning TV that is equivalent to what's happening here? I don't get the reference. I scrunched up my nose at him, feeling bitter that I was just a form of entertainment for him. Am I funny to you?
No, you're a humorless cad. Fuck off, dude.
No. Fascinating, absolutely. Granted, your mental state is something I'm concerned about.
Sorry. Just the thought of like a 40-year-old man being like, you 19-year-old boy are fascinating to me. It's just like, ew.
Fascinates me. Yeah, I don't
Go
like that.
away.
No.
What?
It's uncomfortable.
Yeah. He's not fascinating at all. Dave is also literally the most boring person to ever live.
Yeah. Whatever effect the vault is having on you is something that could do some lasting damage. I don't have a choice if it's keeping my friends alive. This is the first time we've ever suggested the idea that the vault is bad for Dave. And that's a problem. For 2 reasons. 1, he gets knocked out way more in the Thanatos route in a similar way, but 2, we've literally had multiple like epilogues where he goes on and has a life, and he does not go on to have health problems. Or really any problems. He just like is sad and alone, or he's married to Sal. And that's the summary. There is no like, oh no, the vault gave me like brain cancer or dissociative identity disorder or some other kind of like issue of any kind This is not Arches. I don't have a choice if it's keeping my friends alive. Quite. Which is why it's imperative I monitor you so I can make sure you don't...
You know he's smart because he
further.
says things like, quite.
Imperative. I'm chuffed. Sorry.
Shut up. Don't talk.
You alright?
Yeah, no, it's fine. You just triggered my gag reflex.
From saying the word chuffed.
No,
You don't
it's
like
just
you don't like chuffed.
I just don't need this. I don't need this today.
A very goofy stream moment was just when I heard someone say the word chuffed like 5 times in one session, and then I'm just over the course of it realizing he doesn't know what that word means. he does not understand what chuffed means. He every time I hear it again, I'm more sure he doesn't know what he's saying. He has learned this word through context and is not correct. That's always a fun thing. Either way, it's something I'd like to address tonight. I'll meet you at the library at 11 p.m. and I'll take you to the lab from there. Beat a dead horse and all that, but like, once again, just zero explanation for the idea of why we have to make appointments all the time with Oswin, especially now that we just have been there. Like, I'm actually annoyed that it's still happening. Like, we are on our own. Oswin's in secret passages. I can just go talk to him. It's fine. Haas was already using a secret passage and nobody noticed, so you can't. So it'd be dishonest to then be like, "Oh no, Dave was gone for 10 minutes and no one could find him," and we all immediately freaked out when like other characters disappear through secret passages and no one notices at all. I can't just meet you at the lab? Not this time. Not without me showing you the way first. That in itself is a test that I'm curious to know how you'll respond. I wasn't convinced, and it must have shown in my face. Don't worry about it, Dave. I shall see you tonight. I don't like the idea of it being a test to get into his lab, because it doesn't match up right. Like, it parallels the rat mazes that are the basis of the morphogenetic fields in Zero Escape. Go this way, you die. Go this other way, you live. And oh, he starts all realizing which way to go because of all the dead rats psychically from other timelines telling them where to go, essentially. But he doesn't die. Like,
yeah.
So far, these tests that he proposes do not in any way cause Dave to use the vault. So they don't affect his powers. So you can't be like, this is me training your powers by testing you and making it so it's that requires the process in Zero Escape, that requires the process in which he finds the answer to be a thing that he will fail half the time, so that there's timelines where he's failing. And in Password specifically, it requires him to die horribly, or not die, but experience horrible trauma in the process of failing to find the answer in a way that somehow communicates the answer conveniently in the same scene, and then he has to live an entire timeline post this for the rest of his life, then reset the universe, then come back, and then and then finally get the answer. And it's like, if you're not causing that entire sequence, then the test doesn't affect his powers, so it's just kind of pointless. It amounts to being a cereal box puzzle for a child. To be like, haha, I pointlessly delayed this by being like, but can you figure out my riddle? And that's that just means he's being a weird asshole that's wasting our time. And
it also it just never comes up. Like, there's never a point in this story, it seems like, where Dave is gonna actionably use the information in any sort of situation, right? Where he's like, great, now I just know where I can go to talk to you? Why is it so difficult?
He's not training his puzzle solving.
Yeah.
So he's instead just being tested on his endurance for tolerating some asshole
bullshit.
Wasting his time.
Exactly.
That's all. It doesn't serve any narrative purpose. I didn't think to follow him. We know, Dave. But I watched as he headed towards the basement. I can only assume that he had another secret passage down there or had something else planned. You could do less than assume. You could watch, especially if he said he's going to test you on your ability to figure out how to get in. Maybe just watch him, and then you can deduce from that information. See, if this is a puzzle and you're supposed to be solving and learning how to be an investigator on some level, like your dad, maybe you should gather information and then see what you can get from that, instead of standing still and waiting for the story to happen. No, he shouldn't do that.
It would require him to use his brain, which we all know is a bad idea for Dave.
Yeah, because he'll whine and pull his hair out.
He should never try to think ever. He should just stay home.
Want ice cream. Either way, the others were likely to start showing up soon. With the thoughts of the others soon joining me, yep, that's what you just said, but I guess it's logistical dialogue, and that was in that branch, and that's the dialogue everyone sees. A hand on my shoulder made me jump, and I spun to look at who had touched me as they pulled their hand away. Oh, it's just you.
Did I scare you? Heaven forbid I did anything of the sort.
But if I didn't, I could try harder. No, just, it's fine, really. I didn't even smile. Even if I wanted to out of reflex, it just didn't happen.
What's troubling you, my boy? You look worse for wear, and no wonder given the hour.
I just don't know anymore. All this stuff is getting to me. I pulled my gaze away to stare at the coffee pot, hoping it had finished brewing faster. Been getting to me for a bit now, but...
No one understands.
Right. As far as they know, this is just a thing in my head. After all, like, what would you do if your friend told you you're about to die out of nowhere? Get off the plane, maybe? He didn't respond, so I continued. Or if you had to accuse one of your friends of murdering someone else. What do I do?
There's nothing you can do, my boy. For one reason or another, you've made this decision, and the only one holding you to it is yourself.
But what if someone dies?
Everyone dies.
Sorry, I just had to, like, really swallow the dialogue that he just had.
Be it by natural causes or by an assailant in the night.
This is
yet
another.
Those are the two ways people die.
It's yet another example of Benson just being like, yes, things exist. Things must exist. It's like, okay, dude.
People can die in this incredibly specific way, or like any
other way.
just so we're clear.
Oh my god.
Take it from someone with first-hand experience in such matters, Dave.
His first-hand experience is knowing that people die.
Yeah. They're trying to imply it's because you can kill someone at night, and he has, but most people have first-hand experience with someone dying of death in some way. The death status effect comes for us all. Like, that's meant to help anyone. That's not going to help me, knowing that everyone's just gonna die.
Then perhaps, Master Dave, you should stop believing you have absolute control over everyone's life.
That's the premise, Benson. The premise is for me to take control of everyone's life instead of doing nothing. Don't encourage me to go back to doing nothing.
Sorry, I'm just really thinking about this for a minute.
If it's their time, it is simply their time.
You literally... Shut the fuck up, Benson. You literally were just like,
people die if they're murdered. Anyway, that's just the way things have to be.
Fuck you. Shut the fuck up.
Literally part of his example is murder. And the things that we're trying to prevent are very much caused deaths. And he's like, oh, it's, you know, circle of life. I clenched my jaw, then my fists. Then the next thing I knew, I was throwing a fist at Benson. Maybe it was just something rubbing off on me from Tyson.
The guy who's a trained assassin is the first guy that Dave is like, you know what? We're gonna go for this one.
It's so comically out of character whenever Benson throws a fist, but also like fucking not only has Dave been antagonized much more than this in the past, he kind of isn't being antagonized really here. Benson's just kind of being unhelpful in like a thought-terminating cliche kind of way. He's just like saying generic lines at him, and he's like, just throws a punch at him. Don't talk to Dave when he hasn't had his coffee. Every time he has any kind of violence, it feels so comically out of character because it's just not what he ever does. Like, he was so mad at Tyson that his rage came out in the form of like making Tyson feel bad and walking away, and then Tyson kills himself because that's the best he can do. Rubbing off from Tyson, that's not good. That's very not good. I want to, because once again, Tyson is famously not violent in most scenes. He does not actually get aggressive with basically anybody. So the rubbing off on Tyson only amounts to the time when he punched Dave in the face and then, you know, sexually assaulted him. Like, that's that scene specifically is when they would rub off on him from Tyson that he's going to throw punches at people. And that's literally abuse that came at him. So the idea that the abuse from Tyson is manifesting in Dave and making him more like that and more physically abusive is a deeply upsetting thing to put in a romance story in the Tyson route, unless that's the point. And if that's not going to be the point, then that's just deeply clumsy too, because like that's the parallel that's being drawn here. And if you don't realize that that's what you're writing, then that's worrying, because then you're just writing a song about falling in love with abusive people and forgiving them for everything and just ignoring all the bad things and saying, no, you're great, I love you, you're actually a good person deep down, and then not ever like reckoning with that, which is just what actually happens to actual abuse victims, which is like being accurate about something is good, but if you don't in any way display that you realize you're doing that, then you're just uncritically recreating the narrative that victims tell themselves instead of portraying the actual thing that's happening to them. Anyway, maybe it was just an act of defiance after what Benson had said. But his moves were calm and precise, stepping around my arm and grabbing my wrist and twisting it tightly, making me yelp. The much more charitable interpretation here is just that the writing is dumb, and it's time to show that Benson's a secret assassin man.
Yeah,
so we're gonna have Dave act completely out of character in a way that's deeply upsetting for the current route we're in. But he actually does this in every route, probably. Yeah. But yeah, it's just bait to make Benson be a secret agent. But like, him being a cool agent boy never manifests in him actually being dangerous and helpful ways. He mostly just puts down main characters instead of the bad guys.
That is true.
And is killed at every timeline. But also, like, whenever he does like step in, either in moments like this or on behalf of Oz, it just makes him look like somebody who's unnecessarily violent for no reason. Because Dave is just never a threat that needs to be stopped. So he's like, so it feels like a massively out of line thing to just use like painful martial arts tactics on idiot wimp that you're antagonizing.
Now you listen here, my boy.
Which you can write that character. I just don't know if that's what they meant. It doesn't feel like that's what Benson's supposed to be, but it is what he is. He's kind of a huge dick that just is baiting excuses to use violence on children and, you know, 18-year-olds, I guess.
The fact that he doesn't kill Jack is just remarkable.
Yeah.
Like, truly remarkable.
Yep. Nope. He eventually breaks his knees once in one timeline and still doesn't kill him. He is, generally speaking, more violent to the 18-year-olds in this game than he is the villains. Except for the one time he domes Dom.
Yeah.
His grip tightened and I started to whine as he forced me to my knees, kicking lightly behind my knee. Yeah, see, Benson? Don't do this. Meanwhile, Oz is like, your emotional state might be a problem. It's like, look what your fucking butler's doing right now. It hurts. Stop.
Oh, does it? Then perhaps you should think twice about trying to inflict pain on others, my boy.
Fuck you. Shut the fuck up.
I yelped as he clenched tighter, his grip almost like a vice. Then he let go, and the moment he did, I cradled my arm, whimpering.
If you're that keen on fighting for control, then be ready for someone or something to fight back. Fighting for what's right is not necessarily the easiest road.
This is a confused metaphor because you're saying that punching you was fighting for what's right.
It will hurt, Dave.
He stepped away, and I got up, shaky. But then...
Yes, they'll die, I know.
This is a completely incoherent conversation.
Yeah.
It's just... So he's admitting that this is fighting for what's right, and that they'll die if you don't save them, because it's wrong they're dying. In the conversation where he's like, if it's people's time, it's time. Natural causes, lol. I'm not paying any attention to the plot. Like, there's just...
Yeah, no, he just has no actual ideology. He's writing, he's written as an archetype and as a trope.
Nobody's actually arguing a point. They just... It's like they're just responding to the previous line and forgetting the rest of the... Like, I've said this already before, but... In my meaner moments, I compare it to predictive text, but other times it's like... It's like the Memento guy. It's just like, I can only remember the last 2 seconds or whatever. He's chasing me. Like, I'm chasing this guy. No, he's chasing me. Like, forgetting mid-scene what's happening.
Yes, they'll die, I know. Take what I said as a precautionary tale, then. Eventually, something will break, my boy. At the rate you're going, it could just be you.
He moved off to another part of the kitchen, and my gaze went to the floor. I closed my eyes and just stood there, trying to block out my own thoughts. Just give up, Dave. Just give up, Dave. No shit. Also, what the hell? Bailing on me this morning fucking had me worried. What? What were you doing this morning? Nothing. Just something he and I do sometimes. Fucking... Ty made a show of grinding a knuckle into my head, but it was more a massage, and he knew exactly where to touch. Looked up to Dean and Sal, wandering into the dining room. They both looked tired, and I could only imagine why. Morning, Dave. Sal mumbled something before sitting down at the table. Dean glanced at him, nodding before sitting down next to me. So... I whined softly, watching as Dean scratched his arm awkwardly as he rested them on the table. I'm sorry for last night, Dean. Really. He shook his head, sighing out. It'll be all right. He yawned, briefly, before rubbing his face. I cracked a wry smile, feeling like I should try and lighten the mood. You look as tired as me. Did you sleep all right? He flashed me the same smile back, lasting only for a second. The longer he didn't give me an answer back, the more it sank in. You... haven't slept? There are certain things that are more important. Namely, taking care of someone dear to me, and that means Sal. I'm sorry, I didn't... Much like the night before, Dean held up a hand and shook his head. It's fine, Dave. We talked it out, and for better or worse, what's done is done. I'm tired, though. But that's fixable. As for Sal, he'll just need some cheering up, but I'm on top of that too, don't worry. Can I help? Not this time. If that changes, though, I'll let you know. I just want to point out this entire conversation is happening directly in front of Sal.
Yeah.
He's just standing there. It just doesn't sound like he's there, but he's there. You can see him. He's clearly here. So it's just really weird. We're talking around him like the way parents talk about it, like a non-responsive child in front of their therapist. Like
yeah.
They're just silently staring into space. Dean went to join Sal nearby, the pair of them talking quietly between themselves. Then Roswell and Haas showed up. I wish just a lot of this could be helped by Dave actually elaborating on everything he learned about the sleepwalking and the suggestibility and the pills. Like, he has so much more information that he's not providing, and so he's not. And Sal doesn't even know what he did, like who he killed and so on. There's just so little information to go on, so he's just gonna let people just linger in that. I just had to make it through the day, to tonight. Osmond would tell me some more things, and knowledge was power, right? He said as much when I ran into him earlier. Or maybe not that specifically, but if he had anything to help me not break, as Benson put it, I was willing to listen. Very frequently, the skip thing is one line long, so it's just very much like you can see the exact moment where the different rails have a connector for the train.
Yeah.
He sat it down carefully in front of me and caught my eye, flashing me a small smile. It made me feel something, but after a moment it was gone, and he was wandering further down the table to his own mug. It was just one line too. Maybe you should go back to bed? I wasn't blaming you, given how I'm considering it.
Nah, I need him for something else.
Huh? For what?
Just trying to corral your two favorite people together for some friendly, well, let's just say I'm gonna force them to play nice.
You're not going to make them wear some sort of oversized shirt, are you?
I might, if they force my hand. But let's start with getting them to play a game together.
A game? What kind of game? They're just going to fight, Haas.
Oh, they're not gonna fight. They're gonna get along, so help me or I'll do something drastic. Like what? Stare at them and do fucking nothing about it? You literally aren't a character, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Like the shirt? Haas shook his head, sighing out, but before he could comment any further, Dean looked around. Sorry to dash like this, but Sal's giving Orlando a swimming lesson, Dave. I would have asked if you want to come join, but I'm gonna make sure he has an extra set of hands.
Every single time Haas says sighing out, or every single time the story says sighing out, just imagine the characters going yare yare, just like in Japanese, with the worst accent imaginable. Because that's what this is. That's what this reads to me as.
Yare yare?
Yeah, you know, whenever a character sighs in Japanese, in anime, they're like, yare yare. It's a thing that they do. It's the exasperated anime sigh.
Yare yare.
No, not like that.
Is it Dame Dane, I think?
Dame Dane, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't realize that was going to be a meme. I don't
really understand why it is, but...
Yeah. I played that game when it came out. And like everyone else, I was like, oh, neat. Karaoke scenes that are taken way too seriously. That's very funny. Anyway, and there are like 1 billion scenes like that throughout Yakuza. Like, Kiryu answers a phone is like a very funny scene of like the way he answers a phone in like he answers the phone like he's a character dying in Cowboy Bebop. Like, the way that it turns into a backlit slow motion halo by light moment. You're like, what the fuck is happening? He's just answering a corded phone. It's a very cool, over-animated game. But yeah, it's just him singing a song relatively seriously. You'd almost expect to be more memed that like when Majima sings, he goes into this insane music video where he's in a dance. He's in this like glittery uniform and doing like acrobatics and things, and there's like hearts and stuff everywhere. I don't know why it took off the way it did. To the point where like last night you raided Radium and his notification was Dame Dame.
Yeah, it's just it's just him singing.
I don't get it. I don't understand how it's It's also just been years and years now. That thing has more staying. Dame Dane has more staying power than Arrow to the Knee. Somehow. And I refuse to believe as many people have played Yakuza as Skyrim. Anyway, the swimming lessons are happening. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not picked up on that many anime-isms. The only reason why Chotomate is burned in my brain is because fucking Andrew says it all the time.
Yeah.
His common response. Half the time something happened in Zero Escape, he would just scream like something like Chotomate Kiriosai or something. Just he got increasingly like operatic with it. The more times he would say it. With a half wave, Dean hurried along out of the dining room, leaving me with Haas.
Welp, time to go.
Go where? He didn't answer, instead dragging me up and out of the chair to lead me out of the dining room. When we got to the rec room, Tyson and Roswell were standing awkwardly in the room, half acknowledging the others were there.
Excellent, we're all here.
Yeah, I guess.
Not that I, mind, but why?
He shot Tyson a quick look, uncertain but he just shrugged back, equally confused.
Now that Dave is here and it turns out he wasn't doing anything, is it really that surprising that Dave wasn't doing anything?
Yes, actually. I was about to comment on this, but like, so this game, it moves way too slow, but simultaneously so little happens in each day for Dave that it's incomprehensible that it needs to be 30 days, and it's incomprehensible, like, how his days are spent and so on, but like, a relatively memorable scene is apparently happening right now, off camera, but we're not in the right route for it.
Yeah.
Because it's the scene where it's we were there with Dave before, but it's Orlando and Sal and Dean and Orlando's getting swim lessons. And for some reason, as if we're so packed for content, these two things had to be separate routes, and you can only see one of them in a given playthrough. Which I guess this explains some of the Roswell and Tyson stuff, in that apparently some of their conflict may have been resolved off camera, despite it being set up as being a ongoing thing, because their story, them going at each other, kind of just disappears from the story eventually after a bunch of arguments. And apparently it's because while we were getting swim lessons that have, let's be honest, no character significance. Orlando can't swim, isn't he funny? And that's it. The fucking Roswell and Tyson's arc that was set up already in that route was then being paid off camera because we weren't in the right route for it. And I don't know what to do with that, with my feelings. I'm not psyched about that. We're gonna make you two get along. What?
That's not necessary, is it?
Really? If it were up to you two, you'd be all...
He gestured over his head, loosely, rolling his eyes. Gestured over his head, rolling his eyes. What gesture is that? What was he communicating?
Not only that, but Tyson's a swell guy and could use more friends.
Fuck off, I don't need more friends. I've just specifically begged people to help me get friends repeatedly throughout this route. You kinda do, Ty. I'm managing fine. I genuinely can't tell if this is supposed to be that Ty having a complex about being honest about what he's already told everyone when confronted about it, or if they just forgot that he's actively asking for help making friends.
Oh sure, you were doing fine before you discovered anime with your many friends. What?
Yeah, I don't really get exactly what he means there. I know that they watched anime, but his sentence is weird. I have expected Tyson to make some sort of annoyed remark at Haas the moment he spoke, or even when he threw an arm over his shoulder. Instead, he just grumbled something under his breath and looked away.
That's, something.
Not that I don't mind Roswell being here, but,
Because it's time to bury the hatchet or settle old feuds.
Someone's gotta look out for Big Dog here.
Oh, I thought this was Roswell. The contrast of his pink shirt and the Haas's purple text like broke my brain for a second. Someone's got to look out for Big Dog here.
Big Dog? Fuck off, I'm a wolf. This is the introduction of this title, apparently. So this is why it just started happening, is it happened off camera. No. This just isn't how routes work. You can have different routes that tell different stories and extrapolate on the characters differently, but you can't constantly refer to the stuff that happened in the other route that we didn't get to see in the route, because it just feels like characterization that came out of nowhere and isn't justified. Haas rolled his eyes, shrugging.
Then be the big bad wolf for all I care. What? No, you literally just said that he had to get along. What the fuck are you talking about?
You're not telling me that you expect me to look out for him, do you?
He just means that have that nickname instead.
Yes, I know, but it's still, think about the things you say. Nope, that's my job, or something like that anyway. Something that not just anime can solve, given what you like and what he likes seem to be different. What? I want to be very clear here. One, I'm friends with lots of people that have like completely fucking different interests than me. In fact, a lot of my friends are people that I think don't have good taste. Like I actively dislike a lot of the things that my friends like. So having a shared interest doesn't really matter in terms of friendship, but just it's so presumptive of Haas to be like, no, I'm looking out for Tyson. He's my best friend now. It's like, what? Then what is your goal? You literally just like, no, you don't need to look out for him. Also, you have no shared interests. So, you know, get along and stuff. It's like, that was never mutually exclusive with getting along with him. Why? I don't understand what you're saying.
It's also just, it's just a really bad sign for his conflict resolution strategy if he genuinely thought them liking the same anime show was going to somehow solve their feuds. Yeah. So, what? We're going to go get food? We all like food. What? We also all like anime, Dave. But different anime and different food. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, if we're doing food, then we should have grabbed Orlando, right? Unless it's just eating. Then perhaps Dean?
I don't even want to try to parse this. What the fuck are you talking about? What is anyone saying?
Yeah, sure, you snack gremlin, you. This is a character archetype for you. You're the little snack gremlin.
Well, fine. If we're gonna do food, then I'll just go get some snacks and we can do this.
The fuck do you mean bonding over food? What does that mean? I just...
Not so fast. I have a better idea.
Better than snacks?
I know, right?
Don't really know what snacks I like. That gonna matter? What? How?
Chris just doesn't know how to write personalities, so he just doesn't know how to write characters' personalities, and so he's just filling with the void with words.
So he's just like, Tyson's dismissive of stuff, and he doesn't relate to what people are talking about. But like, no, Tyson has to eat every day. He will.
But this is a universe where people don't know what food is.
The concept of snacks before. Snacks are not an optional thing like television. You can't just be like, I don't really know snacks. I was gonna say I was about to say I don't really like snacks, but no, it's I don't really know snacks. Is what he's saying.
Yeah.
What's this concept? I don't understand. When he like, and we know he knows what snacks are because he gets them for Dave when he's sad. That's a character trait of his, but he's never tried any snacks. I chuckled, nervous, unsure what was going to happen or if he and Roswell had common ground.
Nope.
Nope, because we're not doing anime or snacks today.
This entire tangent was pointless. It was supposed to be quirky and funny, but it's actually insane.
At least not as the main activity.
I yawned, stretching before looking at the three of them. What is the main activity?
Board games.
Time to explain Scrabble. This early? Before lunch? What does that mean? It's not drinking.
No, it's just portraying
What?
Tyson as a humorless character who hates
Oh my
fun.
god, he and Roswell are gonna bond over being insane about lunch. What the fuck are they saying? What are they talking about?
I'd have to agree. I don't think I've ever played a board game before lunch. Normally it's waking up time.
Okay.
I don't think he knows about second breakfast.
I am a verifiable night owl. I do not wake up well. I have a literal sleep disorder. Never once have I been like, can't play Monopoly in the morning. This is waking up time.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking
Don't
about?
talk
You're
to
on
me until
vacation
it's
to
the
hang out with your
afternoon every
friends.
day. Half of my life is in a haze where I don't get to be a person yet and can't do activities. You guys are on a vacation. I've played so many morning board games on vacation. I specifically have like some board games I bring specifically because of how easy they are to teach people. Like the Amazing Labyrinth is like an oddly compelling, just kind of fun little game that has 2 rules total, so you don't have to sit there and explain it for half an hour, and then you just go. You're like, here, we're doing a little thing now. And it's not even tedious and horrible like Scrabble or Monopoly. Right? Or like, if it's a game, just turn on the TV and pull out a deck of cards. I saw Roswell's face light up and I quickly looked to Haas, alarmed.
Cards, huh? Didn't know you like to play cards, Tyson.
Cut that out. Reason we're not playing cards is because you cheat. Yeah, because Roswell's he's like a card counter. That's how we show he's so smart and cool. He's a card shark.
I do not cheat.
That's not what I heard from Orlando.
Oh, you mean when they play their trading cards or whatever?
Playing cards and playing fucking Yu-Gi-Oh are not the same thing.
Those are very different. Yes, they do not have the same interpretation of what cards mean.
Any card game, apparently.
Dude, if you're gonna cheat, at least do it properly.
I don't cheat, honest.
Anyway, it's not a problem because we're not playing cards.
What are we playing? You said a board game, but there's a lot of board games to choose from. Doesn't bother me. Beats working out all morning anyway.
Great. So without further ado, let me just go get that game. I'll be right back.
I watched as Haas wandered over to the cupboard and started to peruse the games before looking to Tyson and Roswell. So, the two of them seemed to be minding their own business, looking at me the moment I spoke. Games, huh? Sandwiches. Yep. Just assumed we'd be watching more anime.
Same, it's most of what Haas goes on about. That and healthy living.
Does he?
Is that a character trait for him?
Because he does yoga?
This is from so far ago
and is
that I
drawn
forgot.
triangularly.
I forgot that he did yoga.
It came up like a couple days ago for us.
Yeah.
But it's, once again, you just say it. It was like the Zumba conversation.
Yeah.
But it's also just like, you just state a thing and then move on. It's not like an ongoing character trait that's relevant ever or expressed.
Yeah.
Roswell shuddered, sticking out his tongue at the prospect.
Suckered me in with the prospect of doing something fun.
I think I just said you were up for games. Did he explain to either of you what was going on beforehand, or both of them just shook their heads, glancing at each other quickly?
If I had to guess.
Kept it from us so we wouldn't bail?
They could literally just bail right now.
Yeah, it's easy. You just leave. No one can stop you.
Right. Cards on the table, I probably would have, but now for inexplicable reasons, I will not.
Not alone there. But you're both here, so I guess it's just time to get along. It was this easy all along. You had to get them to temporarily agree to one social engagement. Now they're trapped.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
That's Haas.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Haas put an arm over my shoulder while he carried a box in his free hand, rattling it gently.
Come on, let's get to gaming.
We settled in around a table, with the box sitting between us.
So...
What game are we playing? I looked at the boss, chuckling nervously. Mouse Trap. The worst game.
Didn't Mousetrap, maybe this was like 47,000 years ago. Did this already come up in this playthrough that Sal did? Was it Sal didn't know how to play Mousetrap? I vaguely remember a tangent about this where I was like, Mousetrap really isn't that much setup. It's a game for children.
Oh yeah, I think somebody might have said it was too complicated, like Dean or Sal. And it's like, what? The premise is you just have all the parts out, and then when you land on certain things, you put the thing out, I think. And that's like, that's the whole game. It's one of those games where you literally just roll a dice and then move, and then you roll a dice and move, and you don't make choices. So it's not. It's just not a game. It's like the card game War. It's just not a game.
It's very shoots and ladders of like, all right, you just go where it takes you.
Every single person is playing an AFK battler at the same time. Like the game's playing itself, and you're just agreeing to pretend to be invested in one of the pieces. Actual torture. Because the entirety of what's enjoyable about games is making choices.
Not the most team-building exercise, but sure, that works.
Sure that works at getting you to get along? It's just a weird perspective.
It's often stated that the characters in this game are based on real people.
I don't know what that means for those people.
Yeah, I struggle so much to even imagine who these people are or who they could even be. Like it is truly beyond the pale.
It's also like some of these people do horrible things out of like some kind of some sort of like trance or thing that happens to them. But some of them just do horrible things. So
yeah, some of them are genuinely just bad people.
Yeah, I based it on you.
We can play a round of this and then I don't know, go from there. Okay, just commit to whatever your plan was, Haas. It's so frustrating.
Can't we play, I don't know, a video game?
The goal is to make friends, and I don't know, he's got a point. Should have at least planned for something more collaborative.
Yeah. Mousetrap is
Arguing
trash.
about what to play is unironically a better team building exercise for the two of them, where they have more common ground than whatever the fuck this plan is.
Maybe that's the bit. Maybe they did a good job on a scene.
Possibly.
Maybe we could try that chef game Orlando likes. Overcooked. Overcooked is in this game. That is a team building exercise. That is a co-op game where
We'll
you
deal
need
with
to
that
coordinate and
afterwards.
communicate.
However,
He gestured to Roswell and Tyson quickly. I'm annoyed by the idea that Orlando likes that game just because it's about cooking and not because it's about team. Like, it's just a misattribution of type. It's just not what the game is, because the game is not about cooking. Cooking is the theming of the game.
Yeah.
But the mechanics of the game are what the game's about. So it's about co-op, and Orlando expressly does not like sharing the kitchen, so he would not like the co-op cooking game that's not really about cooking and is just about co-op and stressfully working with people. So it just doesn't actually work quite. It's just so surface level, which I guess speaks to things. Like, a lot of the characterization's handled in the same way that, like, Scary Movie is based on trailers instead of movies.
yeah.
It's like, oh, it's Overcooked is a cooking game, right? I looked at it once and it had cooking, and yet then no further thought is put into, like, why somebody would like Overcooked, which I do. I like Overcooked. I don't like cooking.
Yeah.
He gestured to Roswell and Tyson quickly.
You two are gonna have a little bit of a handicap. What?
Why the fuck would we have a handicap?
Yeah, that doesn't seem fair.
You can only roll the dice while making out.
Well, how about this then? If you don't want the handicap, then how about you say something nice about one another? Ugh, so contrived.
The hell? Who made you the boss? You, by agreeing to this and staying here and continuing to do it. That's it, basically. That's the social contract. What handicap could you even have at Mousetrap? And who would care if you had a handicap if you can't be invested in Mousetrap because you don't do anything? There was no reply, but I noticed Roswell and Tyson looking my way. But then I noticed Haas gesturing at me with a thumb. Wait, what? I didn't say anything.
I mean, if you don't think you two can get along, then by all means, play with a handicap.
You literally do not have the power to force the handicap.
Sure, it's a board game. You can break any rule whenever you want, technically, if you don't agree to the basic social contract of being friends playing a game together, I guess.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Roswell. After all, I'd like to think that Dave here would love for you two to get along.
That's not a counterpoint.
No, it's not. Not even remotely. Or you could make him sad. Either way.
My eyes darted from Haas to the other two who were shifting uncomfortably, looking at each other while occasionally stealing looks at me. So now you're saying that resolving their conflict required Dave to be here, even though he's not when it's resolved in the other timeline. What's the handicap?
Really? You're not going to try?
Are you going to try? Roswell breathed in deep, rubbing his nose.
Okay, I can do this. Tyson, I like how you can keep Dave calm when he's freaking out.
Despite being the cause of it half the time.
Also, just the... I
They're
hate the, like,
gonna bond over
attribution.
Dave. They're gonna
Yeah,
bond
exactly.
over how they're both in Dave's life, which is
That's exactly what I was about to say.
Because Dave
is
wasn't
that it's-
here in the other version of the scene.
I don't even care about Dave not being here in the other version of the scene because I can swallow that they have to have some kind of common ground elsewise. The thing that is very confusing to me... Oh my god, Milo. Sorry, my cat. Hold on. The thing that's irritating to me is just the idea that Dave is like such an important factor in these people's lives that like his relationship to them is what defines them as characters rather than them just being characters. Like, this is just an ongoing issue with the relationships in this game, is that we're constantly being told what the relationships are, but it simultaneously doesn't feel like any of them are friends, and also doesn't really make any sense because the only way any of them are characterized is just juxtaposed against their relationship to Dave. Like, the Dean and Sal are allegedly friends, but the only connection between them in terms of how it's portraying their character relationship is Dave. Like, the entire crux of the Dean
we're just
Sal
told they're
relationship.
bowling, and then now that we played the game for like 100 hours, now that we've looped back to this time, now it's like, oh, Dean is taking care of Sal in the sad post-massacre password moments.
Yeah.
And so, like, that's at least acknowledging that they're supposed to have a relationship of some kind, but it's also, unfortunately, once again, not elaborated on in any way because it's all happening off camera, whatever their dynamic is.
Yeah. And it's just like, even more so than just that dynamic, it's like the only way that it is portrayed to us, the audience, is that
We're told
Dean and Sal are at a potential conflict in the Sal route because Dave wants to date Sal. There's no like actual friendship there, no actual relationship outside of like, don't worry, Dave, I will go console Dean, who really needs my help as his best friend because you broke his heart. Positioning Dave as the only way to characterize these characters is really bizarre, especially when they're all supposed to already have pre-established relationships and rapports. They don't, so they're just charisma voids.
It leads to almost every character just being, whatever relationship they do have is just told to us repeatedly. Like, he's very important to me, basically in those words over and over again. And then that's like their way of elaborating on or developing that relationship is usually just to repeat that. They just say it more. We're best friends, big dog, nickname, we're friends, he's important to me, very important to me, we hung out. And they just repeat that. Like they're explaining the tutorial of the idea that they're friends with that person to Dave, like he doesn't know almost, and not ever like showing it and interacting in a way that indicates that.
That's a start, but maybe try something not involving Dave. Then why did you bring Dave here? Why did Dave have to be here? Like, what?
Yeah. It's also like Tyson didn't say anything back yet. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe let Haas. How did you not spot this obvious inroad to your exact goal and let it grow for a moment? Like, let Tyson also say something about Dave, about how Roswell's good for Dave. But that'd be a struggle.
Yeah,
I don't
that
know if
would
that's
be a
happened.
struggle.
But like the telegraphing here is that they should both bond over being there for Dave and caring about Dave. And then they can find other stuff. But you didn't even let them do one loop of that, Haas. You're like, no, shut up. Don't talk about Dave. Why are you trying to force this anyway? Can't we just, I don't know, play this game on hard mode? Because fuck. If it's against you two, you'd probably need the advantage. You don't get to make choices in this game, Tyson. Huh? I'm not that bad at games. Who's presumed to not be playing? I guess Haas. I looked to Roswell, who seemed determined about something, thinking his words over carefully.
I'm trying to be better. I need to be better.
Tyson rolled his eyes, scratching his head. Don't go hurting yourself.
God, would you look at yourselves? You're so similar, it's uncanny.
That was not expressed in the text.
No.
You can't just say that. Like, that is a comment you might make this duration into this kind of conversation, but you did not earn that line. Like, Dave said something, Roswell said something nice about Tyson that's coached in his value to Dave. Tyson said nothing. Roswell said, I'm trying to be better. I need to be better. And Tyson's just being dismissive and rude and shitty and like, try to hear yourself. Can't we just skip this part and play the game instead? Like, they're literally being asymmetrical the entire time. They are not convening at all, except for the one part where they both dunked on Haas for a moment about playing a board game. But that was too long ago to be what he means.
Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah, you two are a lot more alike than you realize. Probably why you don't get on.
They're not. They're really not. Really? I don't see it. Neither.
Same.
Well, I've known Roswell a bit longer than you, Tyson, but you're not too hard to figure out.
What's that meant to mean?
Maybe you could afford to chill just a little. Roswell has stuff that drives him, and he's sensitive about. You do too, but you both let your guard down around certain people. He's literally just describing people.
People, yes. It's a very horoscope line where you're like, oh, you're a Taurus, unlike the Sagittarius or the Virgo, and that you all are the same person.
Wait, isn't it a character trait that Haas believes in horoscopes?
Yes, I think it was. I think he does believe in horoscopes, and he's just saying one now. It's just like, congratulations, you did it. Whoa. I've seen this on Twitter too, where people post things or like some website makes claims about what they're like as a person.
Oh, like like the MBTI tests and stuff like that.
Some kind of, well, not even a real test, like some kind of like thing that claims to like look at your profile and then explain what you're like as a person.
Are. Yeah.
But they say really generic things. Like, oh, you're passionate about these things and you stand up for this stuff, but you don't like this, but in like such vague terms that it sounds like every human being, because you can fill in, you do all the filling in yourself. Which is not a good sign when you're describing someone's poignant observations about the personalities of your well-developed characters. Once again, I felt eyes on me. About that handicap. Come on, Ty. Try for me. Tyson grumbled, but didn't say anything, sitting back in his chair and keeping his arms folding over his chest.
Maybe if you treat this like a game too, Tyson.
Tyson's not even known for wanting to play games, so it's not that's not really a trick to getting past his defenses. What do you mean?
You like games, right? Which means you probably like winning. Just see the game as like proving Haas wrong or something.
Yeah, that's literally what he was just about to do. He literally said that he would play with the handicap in order to do this. A little spiteful, but sure, I guess that works.
While they talked, I started pulling things out of the box, looking at each of the pieces and looking for the rule book. Book is a strong way of phrasing it. This is firmly rules are on the back of the box territory with how much there is to explain, which is 2 sentences.
For example, Tyson, I like how...
He's doing it again. Tyson, you suck at this.
confident you are.
Confident? Sure, I guess that works.
You at least come across that way. Maybe a little cocksure, but nowhere near as bad as Haas.
What?
Apparently,
Haas doesn't come off as arrogant. What?
Apparently, Haas is arrogant. He's supposed to be arrogant. In real life, if you say anybody is confident, they're like, "What the fuck? No, I'm losing my shit all the time." That's been my experience so far.
I'm right here, Roswell.
Well, thanks, I guess.
You're very welcome.
All right, Tyson, that's 2-0. It was nice seeing these two interact without being at each other's throats, but something was missing. Probably the part where Tyson still hasn't done it at all. At first, I thought it was the lack of immediate reply from Tyson, but as I thought about it, it was something else. No, it was that too. It was definitely that. Something felt off. Maybe it was the lack of familiarity, but they'd apologized to one another, right? This was good. This scene was not an apology. Was the scene supposed to be an apology? Why is eerie music playing? What if it wasn't? Was breaking what I was used to really all that good? Is Dave having a dilemma about the idea that two people in his life might get along instead of fighting, and that might be bad? Are you for real? I value the consistency, but I've been giving that up by messing with the vault, intervening where normally I would have just let things play out. What? Is this scene supposed to be like a metaphor for the main plot? Is that what he's going for? Was Tyson alright with this? I liked what we had, but what if it changed? What if he became someone I no longer recognized? Let whatever happens, happen. What the okay. There has been a language in this game to when these scenes happen and these quotes happen. And they've been tied to like stressors, and this scene makes zero sense. What if my friends start getting along and Tyson's happier? It's just like the idea of my friends dying out of my control. Let them die. What? How do you write this game? How do you write this? How does somebody write this on purpose? It's like a bit. It's like a test for the media literacy of furries to see if they pass or fail, and they failed. The voice in my head confused me. Let them grow as people, but also let them die? Was that the only way to stop them from dying, to keep them the same? What? Why would that... You explicitly have to intervene to keep them alive, Dave. So how would... I hate this. I'm mad. Alright.
Dave, come on, buddy. Snap out of it.
Huh? What happened? Noticed you were zoned out. Everything good? I looked at the three of them. Much like at breakfast, I was faced with expressions of worry and concern. I guess so? Bullshit. What was it I said I liked about Roswell? Oh, I looked quickly to Roswell, looking him over with my brow furrowed. His... clothes?
Roswell has the worst fashion sense in the entire game. What are you talking about?
But it's also like... the best you could come up with for what Tyson might have hypothetically said about Roswell that's nice is just making a visible observation that has nothing to do with his personality.
Not even close, buddy. You need more sleep, or...
I'm fine. The words even felt hollow as they The words even felt hollow as they came out of my mouth. A flinch reaction more than anything else. You don't sound fine. Roswell, you're the smart one. You know what's up? Roswell puffed up his chest, scratching his chin as he locked eyes with me, seemingly trying to figure me out like a puzzle.
Normally I'd say fatigue, but something's different. Very peculiar.
What an annoying face for you to have right now while doing this. Wow, great insight there.
Well, go on. What's your guess?
Now it was Tyson's turn to stare me down, and looked away, not wanting to meet his eye. Could be a couple things. Don't know for sure.
And here you two were, shocked that you weren't similar. They're not similar. This is not making them similar. What?
There's moments where there's just a person in the scene that is the author insert of the scene, like they're conveying what the takeaway of the scene is supposed to be, and this is one of those moments where it's like Haas seems to be meant to not be wrong, but being correctly telling the audience what the takeaway is, and it just, they're not doing the work to earn any of the things he says. Like, what the fuck? Well, you try it, see how you do. Guys, can we just not do this? I gestured the game in front of us. Even Tyson and Roswell are getting on, Haas. This is what you wanted, right?
But what did you want, Dave?
I don't know. He didn't fucking do anything. He wasn't here for any reason.
Yeah, you're always in on what everyone else wants.
This
what do
is
you
so
want for a
forced.
change?
Oh my god.
Looking at each of them in turn, I sat back, really wondering what something I wanted was. For the most part, I wasn't ever left wanting, so it was hard to think of on the spot. I lingered a little longer on Tyson, that feeling returning in my chest. It hurt in a good way, but for the most part just made me sick. I don't know.
This is one of those things where I'm like, so like what just happened is Haas brings everyone into a room and goes, we need to decide on lunch. Roswell, Tyson, you never get along. You both have dietary restrictions that are opposing each other, so you two need to work it out. We're gonna sit here and watch you work it out. You better work out where we're gonna get lunch. And then Dave dissociates, because why would he care about this conversation? And then once they make a choice, they go, how about you, Dave? What do you think? And Dave goes, I don't know, man, sounds good, whatever. And they're like, no, Dave, how could you do that? You're always in for what we want. Why don't you make a decision for a change? What do you want? What's your aspiration and goal in life? How do you feel? You can't keep drifting like this. And Roswell and Tyson are like, yes, very astute, very deep, good question. This is the time to interrogate this. It's like, no, what? Why are you turning this on Dave?
It's worse than that.
This is so arbitrary.
It's even worse than that because Dave dissociates, but then they don't know what he thought. But inside Dave's head, he's like, no, if they ever eat this at the same place, they'll stop being the people I know and maybe they'll die.
Yeah.
The only way that I can keep them alive is that they always eat at separate restaurants for their separate dietary restrictions and never find a solution for this problem, because otherwise they might evolve as people and die, is a real thought. My brain needs help.
Come on, you can do better than that. Did you want a snack? I could get you something sweet to perk you up if you want.
If it were bedtime, he'd want to sleep with someone and get some cuddling in.
Hey, could just be that he wants to be doing something rather than just talk all day. Incorrect.
That's
Incorrect
all he ever
read of
wants to
Dave.
do. He's never wanted to do anything less as a person than
Dave
take an action
wants
in
to
this game.
drink coffee, drink a bunch of caffeine, and get super wired, and then immediately go to sleep. That's all he wants to do. That said, talking is always good.
Yeah, I know you love talking already.
Oh, someone already been on the receiving end of one of Haas's anime rants? Just wait until he gets you to pick out your first waifu.
This is the worst. This is so dumb.
That's never happening.
First of all, yes, it is happening. Second, we're getting off track. Focus on Dave.
Tyson and Roswell laughed at themselves as Haas grumbled.
This is such... There is something that this reminds me of, and it's the worst part of when they cry, which is the fucking Higurashi Batsu game joke starts to every chapter in the question arc specifically, where the game tries very hard to like characterize the cast by making them do funny, quirky shit that like promptly is disregarded once you get to Umineko. And Umineko has some goofy moments, but it's always fridged in this like, oh no, this silly thing that happened that seemed out of character is actually like something really important to their character. Whereas like the Batsu games are just characters like playing pranks on each other at recess until suddenly that arc is over and now we do the main plot. And they always end with like, silly Keiji-san, you can't be pantsed in front of the girls. And then it ends and then it's over. Like, that's literally what just happened in this. This is the worst. It's even derivative of other bad works, which is frustrating.
It's really messy, because like the scene was always obviously going to go towards the trajectory of like, oh, they're gonna bond over Dave. But like Haas was actively trying to stop them from talking about Dave.
Yeah.
And it was both when they had not both said anything nice about each other yet, so it wasn't even starting to work. but also, like, he then just pivots right back to it being about Dave anyway. So it's like, what the fuck was the point of him getting pushed back on the Dave thing? And rather amusingly to me, just from the writing perspective, I'm like, he managed to get through the whole scene without having to write anything nice about Roswell. He just didn't. He just skipped over it.
Yeah.
Like, he had Roswell say 2 nice things about Tyson, and then had us blank out when he said something about Roswell. So we actually end the scene
Which is
with
presumably...
nothing nice about Roswell.
He did say one nice thing, which is just... He's smart. He said, "You're the smart one."
Did he?
Yeah. He said, "You're the smart one, Roswell. You can figure it out."
I don't even remember that happening.
Yeah, it's when he was like, "Roswell, what do you think? What do you think about Dave?" And then you were like, "That's such a stupid face he has on for this." When Roswell was like,
I don't know. Seems like, do you need a snack, Dave? What's going on?
like it's when Roswell was doing his like 10,000 IQ chess bullshit. Like, normally, yeah,
Oh yeah, Roswell, you're the smart one. It's technically the one thing he said that was nice.
yeah.
Wow, they're bonding. It didn't go further than that. We started playing our game. Of course, Roswell won and Tyson called it bullshit anyway. But they seemed to have much fun, to Haas's relief, playing Mousetrap as adults. From there, we moved on to video games. After the 3rd time of Tyson stealing some sort of star thing from Roswell, he stopped in a huff when Haas snuck out a victory.
Get it? It's Mario Party with
Yeah.
the serial numbers filed off.
For some reason.
Also, a game known for making people friends and cultivating friendship.
Yeah, Overcooked was at least a team-building exercise kind of game. Mario Party just pisses people off.
Mario Party is yet another game that you happen to be playing with other people, but is both purely competitive and not cooperative at all. Like, it is 100% single player that you happen to be playing with other people.
I also just don't know how, like, Tyson stole a star from Ross 3 times, but somehow Haas won.
Yeah. It was just because at the end it just does the roll, and it's
Just
like, all right, well, actually,
here's a bunch of made-up stars, I guess, and
yeah, exactly.
this was nice, but the thought of what I really wanted lingered. Was it simply to have a good vacation, to keep everyone live, for them to be to have them be friends, or was it just wanting to be left alone? What? Bullshit. We're going again.
What, Manda, you lost again?
You lost 2.
Isn't it incredible that their entire conflict, which was literally the entire backing of their character relationships in the previous route, can just be solved by playing a round of Mario Party and then watching as Dave dissociates, a thing that they literally did for the entirety of the other route?
It's also just, like, once again, it was mostly just handled in montage, seemingly.
Guys, maybe chill a little bit.
Hell no. I had checked out for a while, but as the score screen flashed up on the screen... Please, stop. It seemed as though they were even enough with Roswell 1 point ahead. I guess they're playing something. Oh well, fighting in a game is better than in person, right? Just one more, come on.
Sure, just don't go complaining when you lose.
I guess they unspokenly are playing a different game.
Or it's just Mario Party, and he has one more star than him.
That just can't be possible. He stole 3 from him specifically. I'm just like, there's
Before,
there's
in
no
a
way.
different round. They're doing completely new rounds.
Yeah. I sat the controller down, not even sure what we were playing anymore. What? Okay.
Whatever.
Haas seemed to follow suit, wandering over to the side to look through the other things the room had. Haas? Where are you going?
Letting these two sort it out. You're gonna be huffy about this? For real?
Looking at how things were going with the other two, it seemed they were both furiously mashing buttons to do something. A bunch of flashing lights were happening on the screen, and it was a bit hard to keep track of what was happening. Does Dave not know what video games are? Like, as a concept? Like, does he not know genres of video game? This is the level of description he can give. They're pressing buttons and the screen is doing something. But eventually the screen flashed that Tyson had won, and he huffed out, pleased with himself despite the score now being tied. It's a fighting game. Dave just couldn't admit it's a fighting game for some reason.
Button masher.
Sorry, you didn't hear that over the sound of me winning. Roz wanted to say something, but resolved himself to crossing his arms over his chest and sulking. God, they really were similar.
Are they similar, or
we're
are they
never
just,
gonna actually
do
earn
they-
the idea that they're similar?
Yeah, or do they just hate each other and want to be proven better?
They're similar because they tried to win at a video game. A unique trait. So what happens now? Us, why?
We're watching anime.
They're interacting too much. I need to fix this. Oh, really? Why?
Yeah, I was kinda, having fun.
Well, count me out. I looked at Tyson, tilting my head in confusion when I noticed he was looking at me.
Oh, come now, Tyson. Don't be like that.
No, you, Haas. Don't be like that. Calm down. It's not like that at all. I just need a break.
Well, if that's all, mind if I take one too?
Neither of you are coming back if you take a break, calling it now.
Well, then maybe don't interrupt their interaction experience with unrelated anime because you got an ego about this.
Because you got bored. Yeah, whatever. I
feel like I should come back now, just to spite you.
Once again, I caught him looking at me, jerking his head towards the door quickly. I might be back, I don't know. Just need a break for a bit. It's probably about time for lunch anyway, right?
Oh, good point.
I mean, I'll stick around to watch some anime. Could do with something a little lower energy after that.
We headed downstairs, but the moment I touched down on the tiles on the ground floor, Ty started dragging me back towards the back door. Roswell glanced at us over the shoulder, curious, but Haas ushered him towards the dining room all the same. I know what this is. Ty closed the door behind him quietly, and I wandered over to the railing where he had joined me the morning before. Ty? That's... I won't litigate it that hard, but I could have sworn that this last several times that we went outside and then there was a CG of us standing there and then somebody come up to us. It was out the front door. But now we're at the back door. And it says we're at the place that we were the day before, which is where the CG was. The Consoling Dave Outdoors CG, where they can slot on characters. He sighed out, shaking his head. I would joke that you can control F the phrase "side out," but honestly, you can control F the entire sentence. He sighed out, shaking his head at this point, and get hundreds of results. Some morning, huh? I don't. Putting up with Roswell, Haas. Didn't think I'd have to put it up with you as well. What? Wait, put up with? What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean, pup. I searched his face before sighing out. Even if it was a bluff, I came clean. Yeah, okay, sorry. No, you're not. I am. Really, it's just... No, you're not. You're doing that pushing everything down bullshit again, zoning out more, and it's fucking stupid. So you have two options right now. Tell me what's going on with you, or don't. But if you don't tell me, then you're on your own. Wait, but I thought you had my back. I do. Not gonna force it out of you if you don't want to share, though. Gotta come clean about it yourself. Which is why I'm making an ultimatum that doesn't force you, and I have your back, but also it's an ultimatum, and I'm not forcing you, but also it's an ultimatum. I whined, scratching my head. Hi, it's not that easy. Bullshit, it's not that easy. You're just not wanting to upset anyone. He grabbed me roughly and pushed me back against the railing of the deck. So I'm gonna ask again, what's going on with you? Let them die. Tell me, Dave.
Dave.
Sorry. The voice that echoed through my head drowned out what pain I felt from Tyson digging into my shoulders as he held me. Painfully? Without asking, he backed off, shaking his head. Forget it. I'm going inside. Before I realized what I was doing, I reached out and grabbed his hand, trembling. No. Wait. Tyson's ears flicked as he looked back at me, waiting. You're right. I don't want to upset anyone, but... I breathed in deep, my grip on his hand tightening a little more. I know what I want. What? I held my gaze on him, hoping he'd be able to piece it together without meaning to say. Well... Ty, You know... Not abbreviated for maybe the first time ever. Surreal, honestly. Wait. What, not tired now? Is this you telling me you want to spend the afternoon... How you want to spend the afternoon? Wait, this time you know was fucking? What? Oh, no, well, no, but... That nervous laughter came out again and I yanked my hands away from his, burying it into my pocket. Then what? You know, have you ever thought seriously about that one thing? Couldn't it be something? He just says you know now. He just starts saying you know instead of you know, which is just surreal because he said they've been so fixated on you know for so long, but at this point, people saying you know constantly is actively leading to misinformation and confusion about what people know, so maybe people should just say words. What thing? Stop being vague. Going on a date, eating food together, taking ibuprofen together. He sighed, shaking his head. We're doing this again? Samesies, bro. Well, why not? Because you haven't been listening. If I have to explain this to you again. I'm not gay. But, we were just gonna... Barbecuing together isn't gay. Frauding your asshole in the shower is not gay. How is this not clear, Dave? I don't know what I am, but just... He grumbled, running his hands through his fur while his gaze met the floor. He scratched and tugged for a few moments before glancing at me, his tone quiet. I just don't know. He seems to have no idea how to write the not gay storyline, because fucking spending time together. The caveat of him not being gay is that he's not. It was the idea that he's not gay for old men, but just happens to be in love with Dave or something. And after all they've been through, and also the plans they've already made, he's also like, spending time together. That's gay now. After making tons of plans together. How do you know you're not gay then? What? Yeah, like maybe you are and you just don't know it? He started growling, wandering over to stand next to me and lean on the railing. Can't be. So, you like girls too? He was quiet, looking off somewhere in front of him. I mean, the options seem nice. If you like girls as well, or maybe just girls, because there's more girls that like guys than guys that like other guys, you know? I was filling the silence with sound to stop myself from laughing, but I was panicking something fierce under the surface. Dave, do me a favor and shut up. Whining, I did as he said before shrinking into my shoulders. It'd be easy if it was like that. Sure as hell would feel a whole lot more normal. You don't feel normal? He shot me a look, unimpressed. The fuck do you think? You seem normal enough to me. Well, thanks, I guess. I have your dad to thank for that, I think. How come? He pulled his phone out of his pocket, looking at it before looking to me, uncertain. Just stuff he used to say. Stuff that still seems kind of weird. Like? He continued to stare off in the distance, mouth slightly agape, while he mouthed the words, almost running through them himself before speaking them. Why am I making jokes for illusory while he's not going to watch this? That I deserved love, that I wasn't bad, that it's alright to make mistakes. Yeah, just our dad said that, definitely not us, yesterday. You know, normal bullshit stuff. It's not bullshit, though. That's just how it is, isn't it? Yeah, and you've seen what my dad is like. But we never will. Yeah, right. Oh, I had to figure it out way before I had the talk, but I assumed I'd get it from my old man instead of yours. Dad gave you the talk? Yeah, and? No, nothing, just, I don't know, I guess I never thought about it. He taught me to drive, taught me a whole bunch of stuff, but now, like, now what? I meant to figure the shit out on my own? You've still got me, maybe I could help. Not on this, not when you're the problem. What did I do? Nothing, don't worry about it. No, really, because if I did something wrong, I could just, no, Dave, it's that he's crushing on you, Jesus fucking Christ. Half of your dialogue is motivated by you having to know this. He was staring me down, and I felt small. Also, I'm small. One day I'll have this figured out. One day. And until then, what am I meant to do? Even though I don't know what it is. Somehow. Can you just... This isn't about you, Dave. It's exclusively about you. We've been over this. But you're family to me, and family is meant to look out for one another. And you've got my back, and all these things make me feel like I'm letting you down by not knowing what to do. You're not letting me down. If anything, I'm letting myself down. I should know how to do this. I'm the older one. His stomach growled and he glanced downwards briefly. We should get lunch. Okay, sure. Sandwiches. What are you doing after lunch? I don't know. Haas and Roz will be watching anime, so there goes that. We could join them. Could, but I want to spend some time with you, alone. I'm not gay, though. And the premise of rejecting the other things was that. Having sex? But I'm not gay! No wonder you and Dean get on. Do they? Also, they've never fucked. We know that much, at least. But, nah. Figured we could do something, I don't know. Well, what if we went for a swim? I guess that works. We could do something else if that's not enough. Nah, just hang out would be good. So long as you don't care about me just sunbaking for a lot of it. Baking. I think that's normal though. But it's just very funny. I want her back inside and I just felt as mixed as before. I just gotta check. I need to get to that I'm not gay line. Am I insane? Damn it, I missed it. Yeah, it was just go on a date together, eat food together. It's so pointless. It's just the word date. This whole conversation is about the word date. But they do dates in other words anyway, which is the same thing as Dean, the actually gay character, which further mutters the water of how these characters are supposed to be distinguished from each other. If Ty was bothered about anything anymore, it didn't show. We went in and grabbed some sandwiches! I was right! And wandered upstairs to get changed. Or more accurately, I wandered upstairs to change and went to my swimming trunks while Ty watched. Because he's straight. I wouldn't have thought anything about it normally, as he just was sort of around whenever I did anything. But now, after what he did, after he pulled me into his room, I wasn't so sure. What? Stop! What are you going for in this route? Dave just expressed that he's uncomfortable with Ty watching him change into his bathing suit because of the time he assaulted him. That is not how Dave is written 99% of the time. But just randomly, he's like really viscerally upset about that again because he keeps thinking back to it. But he's not written like somebody who cares about that. He's written like somebody who forgot about it and is... And I just can't... I can't tell if the game's actually going to judge Tyson again, or if this is all building to something, or if we were supposed to forget about that and it was a whoopsie, fucked up characterization. I just have no idea what they're going for with Tyson. It's so strange. When we got to the pool, Ty unlatched the gate and held it open for me, wandering in behind. I sat my towel down over one of the deck chairs and looked around. Seemed as though the swimming lesson went over all right, but we must have missed the others while I was changing. Ty? Are you gonna swim at all, or...? No. How come? The water's fine, and, like, weather seems okay too, right? For now, sure. He gestured upwards with his thumb before folding his arm back over his chest. Gonna get a rain tonight, I think. Just a feeling I have. Oh, well, I didn't check any forecasts, so I wouldn't know. Yeah, that's no surprise. You gonna swim now, or... I mean, I guess. Tyson, I'm starting to think that you don't want to spend time together. I do. I'm just gonna sunbake. But then why am I swimming by myself? Dave, we already arranged this exact thing before we came here. Why are you only now addressing it? Stop being a brat and leave me alone. I stood there, staring at him, confused. But I thought... It's like he doesn't remember the previous conversation. Ty wandered over to me, placing his hands on my shoulders. You want to know so bad? Well, yeah, I care about you. He flinched, digging into my shoulders a little tighter. Why is he always hurts him? When you're around, things just stop, you know? In my head. I tilted my head at him, not sure what he meant. I don't know what it is, just having you nearby makes things less crazy, like I can focus. Looking up at him seemed calmer, if only a little. Scary, but familiar. Calm, but unsure. This was the Tyson I knew, but maybe I didn't know him as well as I thought I did. Why are you having this thought now? It's such an unmotivated description. Tyson's not getting in the pool with me. Maybe I don't know him as much as I thought I did. What the fuck? You can't just put in vaguely poignant sounding descriptions at random points throughout the story and not have them be motivated by the actual scene. Is this how they trick people into thinking it's well written? Like, is this why people think it's deep? Because every other sentence kind of like gestures at what sounds like some kind of deep observation, but it's actually just noise.
Yeah, it's actually just noise. No, that's exactly what it is. Completely.
I mean, I've seen fellow video essayists. I know that a lot of it's just optics.
Yeah.
A lot of it, but just the appearance of sounding smart and thorough and long-winded, but without... And there's not much standards, and that's... Yeah. Are you sure that's all I need to do? Just be around? Yeah, but just not all the time, so... Please? Just let me be around you for a bit. I need to be around you. That's why I'm not getting in the pool, because I need to be around you. Maybe I don't know him as well as I thought I did. These are disparate thoughts. Okay. Sure, Ty. He flashed me a quick smile before backing off, taking a few steps back. That's what backing off means, before turning completely to head to one of the deck chairs. Let me be around you by being over there, out of earshot. Just the line, let me be around you, by immediately being contradicted by the visual and the action of walking away is just quite the scene to write. I watched the gentle sway of his tail, drooping ever so slightly. The way his shoulders moved, stiff, as if sore, or maybe just trying to put on a brave front. Ty? He stopped, looking over his shoulder at me. What? I like having you around too. Which is why every time I think about you, I say I'm scared. I caught the briefest smile crossing his face before he wandered off proper and lay down. As for me, I slid into the water. It was cool, but pleasant, reminding me of kind of when all of us went to the beach. I say all of this, but it was just Dad, Ty, and myself. Mom couldn't make it, but I remembered it was shortly after Ty got his license. Still have no idea what they're going for with the mom. He was nervous as Dad decided that he should drive, and he was worried about crashing the car and what that'd mean for us if it did happen. We got to the beach fine, and Dad did drive the drive back, but Tyson? He sat in the back seat with me pretending to be asleep, but he didn't let my hand go, not once. Day 6, Tyson. Are we even friends? Just gotta point this out. This was the route people said was the good one. Tyson. I don't know how you guys didn't miss this. That it's just incoherent noise. I looked over at him and he seemed to be asleep, sprawling out on his back into the sun. Did he love me? Was that what it was? Yes. It felt kind of like Dad, but different. Or was this just what being like brothers was like? Sliding out of the pool, I wandered over a little closer to check on him. He was sleeping, calm and relaxed. I was a little jealous. But I moved over to the hot tub and turned it on, sitting down in the bubbling water, just letting time escape me. Hey. Next thing I knew, Ty was sitting down next to me, his pants rolled up to his knees as he let his feet sit in the water. Hey, how was sunbaking? Fine, I guess. How was swimming? Fine, water was nice. Ty grunted, and we just quietly sat together. He didn't seem to budge, shy of occasionally scratching himself or looking around. Ty? What? His tone made it clear that that maybe I wasn't meant to be asking anything, and just being quiet, but all the same I wanted to talk to him. Do you ever think about, I don't know, how things were back home? I try not to. What an insane line of dialogue. Do you ever think about how things were back home? He says, 11 days into his temporary vacation from that home where they were just there. It's the line. It's the kind of line you say when you like move country and have been gone for like a year or something. I meant my home with Dad. I know, and my answer's the same. Don't you miss him? Of course I fucking miss him. I just don't like thinking about it, just like you. I don't... He pulled out his phone and did something, flicking through something before showing me a picture. It was a shot of the three of us, taken by Dad with Ty's phone. See? Seeing all of us there, happy, made my heart sink. Sure, Mom wasn't in the picture, but this was still a good memory. Don't gotta think about it when I've got you here. But then, why leave? He sighed and shoved his phone back into his pocket. Then in one motion, he pulled himself out of the hot tub. I'm not getting into it again. Not now. But if not now, when? Later. When later? Tonight, when we're in bed, fucking, the thing we're gonna talk about 75 times? He began to shake, refusing to look at me. Ty? Sleep by yourself tonight. Now you're just pissing me off. What? I tell you one thing and you don't listen to me. You want to talk, but what's the point if you're not going to listen? I said I didn't want to talk about Dad, which is why I brought up a phone after saying not to talk about him and showed him to you and said, look, and then look at this photo of us together. Don't talk about this while I'm showing it to you. What is it? What is his behavior? Why is he like this? But I'll listen. You're just not wanting to tell me. Yeah? And why do you think that is with your fucking dumb smile that makes me feel things and just... He trailed off, catching himself in what he just said. Fuck. Why is talking to you have to be so difficult now? It was fine before. We were back home, we just... And then... You can't have it both ways. You just had a whole conversation about how being around Dave, like, makes your brain stop. And you can finally focus, and it's like, it's easy and calm. But then you also keep saying he's the cause of all your problems, and he's fucking up your brain. And you just put them in the same scene together, like that's just... sensical in any way. Order a pizza and cuddle? Right, and because I'm not gay, then fall asleep? Yeah, but then we'd make pancakes in the morning. They would cuddle sleep all night together. They would, and then make breakfast together, and he's not gay. He spun around to stare at me, eyes wild in a mix of emotions. His voice came over harsh, if accusatory. Eyes narrowing. Harsh, if accusatory. The if is supposed to mean a contradiction, like this but that. If accusatory is almost the same word. It has the same tone. What are you getting at? Well, I mean, I like doing that. I like having time together, but, do you really not feel anything back then? Tyson's jaw clenched Tyson's jaw clenched as he looked me over before muttering something, just barely a whisper. Fuck you. I'm not your fucking boyfriend, so stop making it out to be like we're some married couple. Because you're not gay. He seemed to relax when I said it. Maybe hearing someone else say it was what he needed to hear. Look, I don't hate you, but damn, Dave, do you piss me off sometimes. But I didn't mean to. I don't even know what I did. I'm just trying to understand. Yeah, well, when I understand, maybe I'll tell you. Right now, leave me the fuck alone, please. I know he's supposed to be conflicted, but he's incoherent, and not in a way that lines up with being conflicted. It just doesn't make sense the way he's written. This scene doesn't, like, it's like a different character shows up halfway through the scene. I was stunned as he turned and walked away. He had his fists balled up tight, and he was shaking as if he was crying. Not once did he turn around so I could see, though. Just give up, Dave. Let whatever happens, happen. He fumbled with the gate and left me there in the tub, alone. An emptiness in my chest made itself known, and I felt hollow, almost sick. Looking down into the water, I wondered why I wasn't crying, to the point where I subconsciously touched my face. Had I just forgotten how to cry? Or had what just happened not even registered as something to make me sad? Or had I moved right past sad into shock? Ty was important to me. As a brother. As someone who I looked up to. Especially now that Dad was gone. Mom didn't like him, though, so maybe that's why I felt conflicted. We've no indication you care about your mom thinks. For so long, he'd been a part of my life that I'd never really questioned how much he took care of me, and I didn't really know how to take care of him back. Everything that I did was just what I assumed was normal, or that Dad did for me, but Tyson was different. The water, despite bubbling around me, didn't feel relaxing anymore. It just felt uncomfortable. Each bubble crawling in my skin, while the inside of my head screamed with bad thoughts. What if I let Tyson die? Would I be happier or sadder? What would everyone else feel? How would I feel? See, this kind of nonsense thoughts is why it's like, no, you're supposed to pick up on the fact that Dave's suicidal. It's like, no, he just thinks random shit all the time, and it doesn't add up collectively. You can't tell which stuff's important because you're like, what the fuck is he talking about right now at the time? My stomach lurched the moment I thought about it. Losing Tyson would be devastating. But something deep down made me wonder if I'd be just as devastated if I were to die. If he'd be just as devastated. I'll never know. I made my way to the conservatory. After all, this was where I'd come those nights ago. Even though Osmond disappeared downstairs this morning, this was the passage I knew to follow. But not only that, but he said same place, which meant the library. He also said it was like a test? Looking down from the landing, I saw Osmond leaning against the table we sat at those nights ago. He seemed to be looking at something in his hand, rather than watching for my arrival. I think this is the scene where we find him dead in B.
Yeah.
When I headed down the stairs, whatever he was holding, he put in his pocket, looking up to greet me. Good evening. Yeah. What's the matter? Are you tired? No, it's not that. It's just, I don't know. My boyfriend's just really badly written? Of course. Granted, it's been informative for me, watching things play out. I shuffled nervously on the spot, keeping my gaze on the floor. So, what are we meeting for again? Oswin huffed out quietly, his tone serious rather than coy. I've prepared something in the lab. Something for you to meet. Someone for you to meet, too. No, not Thanatos, not Thanatos, no! Frowning, I shot him a wary look. There shouldn't have been anyone else here unless someone had arrived without everyone noticing. Uh-huh. That's what that means. Come this way. I'll show you to the lab. He wandered over to the large door and input something into the keypad, a familiar chime playing afterwards. Then, the door itself started to open with a groan, just enough for Oswin to open it by himself. You... opened it. Yes. Is that so odd? But... it's just like downstairs. Well, yes, using the same door is one thing, but the systems connected to each are quite different. Then why? There's been a lurking thing in the background of the whole game, but like, why use the same vault twice, visually, which we don't see visually, but it's described as being the same vault, and it just turns out to not be the same vault, it's just a lab. JK. What was the point of that, Grizz? I don't understand. This just has a corridor behind it, or rather, my part of the house. Without explaining further, he stepped through the door, leaving it open for me to follow him through. I took another look at the library before steeling myself for what was on the other side of the door. The stench of dark that led who knows where into the house. It was darker somehow than the passage from the conservatory to the library, but it didn't seem nearly as long as when I bumped into Oswin's back. We're here. Just a moment. He did something in the dark. Another chime played, with another door being thrown open. Oswin stepped inside and I lingered outside, letting my eyes adjust to the dim, green light coming from the computer on the corner. Come on in. Mind the mess. This is a photo of a room that is dim. The brightest image in the entire game. Stepping in, I wondered if I should close the door behind me. Oswin, meanwhile, was by a cabinet off to the left, and it seemed that there was another room attached to the room I stood in based on the doorway tucked around in the corner. This is... the lab? Oswin wandered over to his desk, hanging a key on a cork board before turning to me. This is part of it. Mostly just my surveillance area and where I... entertain myself. The lab proper is just over there. Take another look around the room and it looked like something out of a TV show when you imagine a mad scientist's hidden lab. Shelves of glass tubes and jars, books, and other sciencey equipment. It was dark with a few things that glowed various colors, almost like a lava lamp that we had back home. Do you like it? It's fine, I guess. How doth one appraise a lab? Oh, come now, Dave. How often do you get to see something like this? In school? In college, if he gets there, it's just a fucking lab. It didn't... You can't be like, it's like vaguely sciencey and generic, and then be like, come on, look at my splendor, my super mad scientist lab. It's like, he sounds really boring when he described it. Never, but like, science isn't really my thing. No? Then what is? I chuckled, kicking the floor lightly. I like making things, arts and crafts and stuff. Making things? How incredibly juvenile. What? The concept of creation? Hey, I'll have you know that I've made a lot of neat things. They keep my hands busy, and they make me feel better. Well, as someone else that likes making things, what? Then we should swap creation sometimes. Huh? What do you make? If you had a square of paper, I could make you a little origami pig for your desk if you want. Well, that'd be a neat little addition. Alas, I do not have paper like that for you to use. Any paper in my lab. Actually, while I remember, we're getting off track. I brought you here to show you something. Then there's the matter of introducing you to someone quite special. He gestured to the desk chair as if offering me to sit, and so I did, rocking lightly on the swiveling chair. Pair twice. But there's no one else here. Well then, how about you take a seat and I'll go grab what I've been preparing in the other room. I shouldn't be long, but I should ask if you have any qualms about rodents. Like mice? No? They're neat, I guess. Good, then I shouldn't be long. Thanatos, would you mind entertaining my guest while I prepare what I need to? Is Osmond gonna leave the room so the same Thanatos can play between the routes where he's alive and dead?
Oh, the thought of that is extremely funny.
Is that really what's about to happen? They're gonna recycle the scene by having Osmond leave?
Oh.
Extremely funny.
Dear God.
Thanatos? Osmond just waved over his shoulder, leaving me sitting at his desk, and it gives you less reading potentially. He disappeared into the next room while I swiveled in his desk chair to look at the computer. He had a half-completed game of Minesweeper open, plus a few other things open that seemed to be documents and reports about something complicated.
Boy.
Huh? Who said that?
Me, you daft blighter. Remember, it's funny because he's
Remember
supposed to speak with like a
Thanatos
Cockney accent, but like
Remember when
it
Thanatos
slowly
had a dialect?
yeah, but then it slowly shifts out and he just says oi sometimes. So
Yeah.
now it's like, oh,
It's just oi.
he's gonna be like, blimey. Oh boy, it's gonna be bad. I can't believe you daft blighter. Sounds like a fucking thief villain.
This is what this room is supposed to look like, and that's the background they used.
Halt, Taffer.
This is the background, and then this is what this room looks like. It just... Oh. It's described as dim. Oh. I look down from the computer at the desk. I don't understand why he chose the images he did if he's happy to steal things. Like, you could just Google any like, we know he's happy to steal the hedge maze and try to Photoshop out the fucking stock photo text because it was so important to use that specific hedge maze in a world full of a million hedge mazes, but he wouldn't use a lab that looks like a evil scientist lab.
That is actually deeply funny that you said that.
He couldn't come up with anything more fitting than this, or for that matter, couldn't come up with day and night versions of rooms at all. Like, just, man, like we're paying for a background artist. I looked down from the computer to the desk. The large black rat staring up at me. Around his neck was a collar and what seemed to be a small speaker attached to it.
Finally, took you long enough.
Hello, Mr. Rat. Where'd you come from? Have you seen, Thanatos?
That'd be me.
So
Dave, are you dumb?
Yeah. There's a version of the scene where he's like, "Hey, Mr. Rat," and who has not spoken yet, and then he's like, "That'd be me." Ah! But like, he already spoke to you multiple times. Just weird, and you recognize the speaker already, so you know it's there. And like, what? Wait, you're talking? Oof, Dave.
Obviously.
But you're just a rat. Rats can't talk. The rat tugged on his collar with a paw, seemingly understanding.
Right about that one. My master and his sister got this up and running.
Your master? You mean Oswin? He seemed to watch me for a bit, almost assessing me or appraising me of something.
Sure.
That's strange. We know his master's Roswell. Does Roswell have a sister? Or, once again, is Oswin and Roswell the same person somehow? The Prestige. It's nice to meet you. I'm Dave, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
So why can you talk? Why make a collar so you can, you know... Alright, well, this is boring. You taking the Mickey? Can't believe the way he was written at first.
I forgot about this. We basically
Yeah.
had this conversation already.
Fallen
Yeah.
down 3 times by now, huh?
Yeah.
The
You got that door
yet?
open yet? Yeah. So he's talking about,
What's
and now he's
behind
going
the
to tell him
door? Of
about what's
course I
behind the
do.
door. Yeah.
I found myself leaning towards the rack, curious. Benson had us finding metals to open the door, but if I had the chance to find out what lay beyond the door, it might have been something to get us actively hunting for metals again. Is this close enough?
Little closer.
The whole time he had his eyes on mine, and I leaned in closer still. His nose was twitching as if beckoning me closer.
Kiss the rat, Dave.
As if beckoning me closer, and it's like, fucking, he literally asked you to come closer already, out loud. It's just weird
That's
to
it.
say.
Right there should do it.
I frowned, tilting my head slightly. Okay, what's in the vault? I could see the rout's mouth twitch upward ever so slightly, his voice coming through the speaker, satisfied and smug.
It's a secret. He's just vamping for time. That's all he's doing. It's
Yeah.
very annoying. You know,
Well,
Osmond could have literally just walked up behind Dave and done this without this. And, like, the
Yeah.
tension of the scene wouldn't be different. The reveal here is that Osmond's drugging him.
The trick is that Thanatos is distracting Dave, but also, like,
Dave was already distracted. He wasn't looking behind him.
yeah, and leaning forward doesn't help him reach. It makes it
Yeah.
harder to reach him.
Yeah.
I yelped as my head was yanked back and up with something pressed against my neck, something sharp, a needle maybe, but either way it hurt. I don't like how they always just correctly identify what the thing is, and then they add a weird ambiguating statement as if to imply, oh, maybe I don't know what's that though, even though I immediately said what it was. Before I knew what was going on, Osmond had pulled away and placed what looked like some sort of gun on the desk. Thanatos was now gone, having scurried off somewhere. He had a hand on the back of the chair to keep it stable, but I found myself diving from it to the floor, clawing up my neck. What did you do to me? He said nothing at first, turning the chair towards me as if gesturing to sit back down, but I didn't move. You're going to sit down, and then you're going to answer some of my questions, Mr. Holloway. I flinched upon hearing my name, propping myself up on my elbows as Osmond spoke to me again. Please do not make this any more difficult than it needs to be. Sit.
You ready to
No.
be child 100, Dave?
He sighed, shaking his head. He seemed to rummage in his pocket for something, shielding it from me before placing it right back. Dave, it's pointless to resist. I've injected you with a truth serum. You're going to tell me everything I want to know. There's no point in fighting it. When we're done, I'll give you the antidote.
Oswin technically has a kill streak. So we should be able to nuke Memphis.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just call in the helicopter.
I paled and felt sick. My hand went...
This is a suspiciously long pause. I was waiting for the soundboard to go off.
My hand went to my neck and I whined, breath picking up as I panicked. But what if you don't? He looked me over, raising an eyebrow. You're more valuable to everyone alive. But if you want to take that risk, it is of course your own prerogative. So again, sit down. Picked myself up, trembling as I wandered closer and dropped myself in the chair. Then, slowly, Osmond turned the chair to face him while he leaned against his desk. Now, I want you to take a look at something for me. Huh? Metempsychosis. Is the vault doing something to us?
I don't know. I don't. These are your characters. Have fun reading this.
This is your problem now.
Yeah, literally. I got my gotcha dailies to do.
Metempsychosis. Tell me what this word means, boy. I struggled to focus on the piece of paper he was holding, and there was a word written on it in thick red marker. I don't know that word. No. Allow me to enlighten you. Imagine that Oz had to prepare this prop. Like, before he shot him up with the needle, he also got a piece of paper, a suspiciously square-shaped one that he just said he didn't have for our origami, funnily enough, and then wrote metempsychosis on it in big red letters diagonally. He's like, haha, after I stick him with the truth serum, I'm gonna hold this paper up. This is metempsychosis in front of his face. I need to, this all part of my master plan. This word, metempsychosis, is the process where the soul transmigrates from one body at death to another. Wait, we're just doing Zero Escape?
Yes.
We did pseudo Zero Escape, Game of Telephone Zero Escape this whole time, and now we're just gonna do Zero Escape. Or specifically we're doing Zero Time Dilemma. We're just doing Zero Time Dilemma.
Yeah.
Correct.
This game does not have an original idea in its head.
What was the point of filing the serial numbers off? Okay.
It was the same point as blurring out the stock photos poorly.
Well, now oh god, don't follow. Okay. Now I promise you Oswin and Roswell are the same person now. They just are the exact same human being. That's just the only way that's just the only way. That's why we're doing this. Do you follow so far? With my insane premise.
Enlighten me.
Nodding slowly, I stared at the piece of paper. This is the only concept Davis ever understood. The thick red lines etching themselves into my head. The vein in my arms itching and aching from what I assumed was the truth serum. Your arm? You've never heard anyone use this before, have you? No? Because you made it up. It's like, you've never heard of Ice 9, have you? Rube.
No, it's just it's just very funny to pull some random psychological word out and be like, you've never heard. Do you know what the word nudiasterchian means? No?
It's like,
You've never heard someone say that word, have you? It's like, no, why would I?
What about
What are you
Fligadargle?
talking about? No, like, why would I? Why would I? When would I know? What the fuck?
There were big words that Roswell occasionally threw around, but nothing like this. Okay. Once again, we're completely sure that Roswell used that syringe in the woods, and
For some reason.
And yeah, because we've never elaborated on that, but it's clearly supposed to be setting up this connection between Roswell and Oswin, because Benson was even like, I didn't do it, but I might as well have, or something bullshit like that. And every time he dances around it in a way of like, oh, they're trying to set up a mystery. There's something going on with Roswell and Oswin, but it's just so telegraphed that you're like, oh, okay. Interesting. He watched me for a bit before sighing out. Well, I'll be frank with you, Dave. Thanatos and I have been keeping tabs on what you've been up to, including your little foray last night. Yeah, I know, you told me already. I'm forced to believe the vault is working as it was intended to. For what reason, and to what end, I haven't the faintest idea. I could feel something crawling under my fur, as I started to feel hot. Was there running a temperature? Was I just dying? Next question. Does the name Flourinica ring a bell? No? Should it? I don't think it's a real name. No. At least, I would hope not. Granted, that does raise other questions.
We haven't gotten to the point in the script where there was a spelling error yet.
Granted, that does raise other questions. I just don't know where to start asking. Although I should start with, that's the name of my sister. Is that important? Reginald is dead. Flourinica is... He sighed, rubbing his head and adjusting how he was leaning back against his desk. She's what? A problem. Do not get me wrong, I have some form of familial love for my sister, and there's some things best left, well, alone, shall we say. Still, To think we find ourselves here of all places. Who are you, really? I don't know how best to answer the question. What sort of information was he after? Dave Holloway. I'm no one special. I have a mom and a dad. Had a father, but go on. Fuck you, buddy.
It's also just like Oswin knows this, so why is he grilling him?
He seems to be interrogating Dave for the idea that he might be somebody reborn.
Yeah, possibly.
Hearing him clarify made me flinch, and in the moment I didn't think to question how he knew that. I don't have any siblings. Closest would be Tyson. The smallest smile found its way onto my face as I thought of him, even though whenever I think about him I'm scared and feel threatened. Soon fading when I wondered if I was going to see him again. I'm single, too, but I mean, not really looking, so fuck off.
Why are you telling this to a 35-year-old man, Dave?
I mean, he has so little idea what to say, admittedly. Like, what the fuck is this question? Still figuring that out? And last question, Dave. Do you feel safe? No?
I just jabbed you in the neck.
Obviously, no. I whimpered, shrinking into my chair. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I'm in a part of the house that others don't even know about. Which means if you were to die here, no one would find your body.
The choices in this game are fucking terrible. Like, I really don't understand why they exist, because they don't branch in logical ways. Most of them are just random flavor text, and like, they just don't... There's no actionable...
In this case, there's 0 universes where the other answers make sense.
Well, even if they don't make sense, and we're supposed to be using this metempsychosis and the morphogenetic field to make other decisions, when you do that, you make decisions going with actionable information once again. So like, let's put this choice into contextualize it. Do you feel safe? The 3 options are yes, no, I don't know. From a gameplay standpoint, from a game design standpoint, most players are going to click I don't know or no, because the actionable information that they have says they either do not have the details to know whether or not they are safe, and that there is some level of ambiguity to that statement that makes them pick that option, or they interpret the actionable information they already have, which is, we're in a death game, we've been told that our friends might die, we've seen visions from the past, he just fucking hit us with like a truth serum or whatever, for whatever reason, and we know he's killed like 99 kids from the other timeline. Those are the only 2 answers that you can pick there. The presence of a yes there, 1, without a flag, means that Dave can just pick yes, which means there should be actionable information that makes us believe that you would want to do that. But now, if we reach a bad end at this point, not only do we know that we are not safe, if we have to go back and select yes to avoid that branch, that isn't actually, that's using meta knowledge in an inactionable way, because it contradicts what we know from that bad end, which is that we are not safe. There is no actual direct link between Dave saying yes and a different outcome happening to him saying no if no leads to a bad end. Now, we haven't seen a bad end yet. It could be that no is the right answer or I don't know is the right answer. But the issue here is that it presents all 3 choices at once without flagging any of them, without putting a lot of thought into why there would be a choice there anyway. There doesn't need to be a choice there unless it's explicitly flagging a branch.
Yeah, it needs to either cause some kind of branch or be informed, or it has to be like a character motivated thing where there's like texture to be gotten from the different answers, but they're also within the realm of what's reasonable options. Kind of thinking like in terms of like how like in the Witcher game, Witcher 3, Geralt's an existing character based on existing books. So there's like there's a certain range of how he's reasonably going to behave, and the choices are all kind of written to be constrained within that variability instead of just being like a free blank slate character that kills babies or whatever. And so like similarly, like when you hit a choice like that in a scene like this, the choices have to actually be relevant to how the character would react, and if that's not justified, then you're like, what the fuck are these options for? Like, he's being threatened and injected in an isolated place, as he said. Like, why would he be like, I feel great, buddy? Especially since you can't even lie. It's supposed to be a truth serum, so that means that whatever you picked is the truth, and it's like, so you can't even be justified as being like Dave's appeasing him because he's not allowed to right now. So you just would genuinely have to pick those options, and they just don't make any sense. Which means if you were to die here, no one would find your body, leaving me with all the power in this situation, correct? I nodded quickly, and he sighed out, rubbing his head.
Yare.
He watched me carefully for a few moments before speaking plainly, his tone indicating that he had thought through how he wanted to phrase his statement. We are done with our questioning, Dave. We are done. Which means I should inform you that I have injected you with wasn't a truth serum. Frowning, I sat up in the chair, confused. Either he didn't notice or didn't care, he continued. What I injected you with was just a saline solution. The worst you'll feel is possibly more alert from being slightly less dehydrated. What would I be dehydrated from? No, wait, why'd you inject me with anything at all? Rising from the chair, I stomped my feet, seemingly feeling fine. To see if what was happening in the vault was just an application of the placebo effect. Which honestly, it still could be.
That isn't true. What? How does that logic work? Whether or not the drug he injects you with being a placebo has nothing to do with how the morphogenetic field works. There is no link between these things. Either way, he would need to be traumatized. And the traumatic act here is being injected with something. To be completely clear, being injected with a truth serum is completely functionally no different than being injected with saline, because either way the traumatic event has already happened, the trust has been broken, and the truth serum is non-lethal. It's not going to hurt him, just like the saline solution is not going to hurt him. So what you're actually testing is if he would tell the truth right now, not the morphogenetic field. What the fuck are you talking about, Oswin?
I guess his idea is just to try to scare him, and that scaring him will cause the
Might
vault
trigger
to
a memory, or... But the thing is, and this is another example of the fucking ambiguous stuff that this game does, where it's like, to see what was happening if in the vault was just an application of the placebo effect. Which honestly, it still could be, so nothing I did mattered. Stop fucking qualifying every single line your characters say. Don't say one thing and then say another just to be wishy-washy about it and just imply forced ambiguity that is there. It's either one way or another. Does the character have conviction or not? Is he smart or not? Does he know or not?
I think they're trying to say that him trying to scare Dave just now may have triggered the vault, but he doesn't know.
Sure. No, well, what he's saying right now is he's saying, I'm trying to see if the vault works this way or not, and if it's placebo or not, which it honestly could still be. He's saying whatever, the way it works might just be placebo. So why is he saying, why would he go through this if there was a chance that going through this would still just mean it's a placebo?
I think he means in terms of like, we are always stuck in the timeline where nothing bad happened. And so it's the question of whether or not the vault's just a fraud, essentially.
I don't think you're saying that.
I think it's what they're going for with the idea. Because it's hard to test the vault because they can only ever be in timelines where nothing happened, and even when they get weird visions, it's really hard to verify that the vision actually correlated to anything or that Dave actually stopped anything, because it's all in his head, but also there's no A/B testing here. You're just stuck in a timeline where nothing happened. Forever.
Sure, but what I'm saying is that there is a cause and effect, a direct correlation between him injecting him with quote-unquote a truth serum and testing the vault. So what he's saying is that this test should have proven one way or another if whatever the vault does is a placebo or not. But not only did it not do anything, even the end result of the test was, I guess it could be a placebo anyway, which just means the test is faulty. There's no way to, it's not even a single blind test.
The test is faulty, and but the fix that I see is, the issue is that he told us. Because if he injected us and then told us that we're now dying, then he could see whether or not our emotional state causes the vault, even if the actual threat is fake.
Yes, exactly. But that doesn't work.
Because he told us already that nothing's happening, and he also never claimed it was dangerous. He just said it was a truth serum. So it's just an upsetting injection, but not like a threat that has to be saved from. And it's also not a threat to any of his friends. And it's also already over.
Osmond's just a shit scientist. Yeah. That's what the in-text explanation for everything in this game is, that Osmond is a shitty scientist. He wanted to save a bunch of kids and killed them. Almost lost his medical license or whatever, or lost his medical license.
And then he just keeps going.
Created this shitty vault that just doesn't work when you could presumably just take the thing out of the vault that you made. And then on top of this, made a shitty test right now that doesn't actually work the way he thinks it does. Osmond is just a bad scientist, canonically. This whole story would not be this way if Osmond was good at science.
Yeah. Because, he needed to actually threaten Dave's life, even hypothetically, and he just didn't fail to do that. So he doesn't understand anything about the vault, which really calls into question the whole thing where he's claiming that, like, he has been watching all along, and here's what I've come to. And it's like, you haven't been paying attention for shit. You don't know what's happening at all. And you're the one who made it, so it's even more confusing. Granted, that's possibly something that was factored into its design, but good to know you're susceptible to the phenomenon.
Is he susceptible? Because literally nothing just fucking happened. Literally nothing happened.
I don't know what he's saying now, yeah. Like,
he's also saying
that's possibly something that was factored into its design. You made it.
Which, honestly, it still could be, implies ambiguity. And then granted, that's possibly something that was factored into its design. One, you would know. So don't be ambiguous. And two,
we didn't discover the vault.
You just unqualified the statement that you unqualified. What are you doing?
Not only did he help make the vault with his two siblings, he specifically finished it alone.
But then he's
talking about its design hypothetically now, as if he found it. Like we all just discovered this weird vault from the ancient days or something.
He's also saying, like, this text doesn't make any sense, because he's saying, so let's just go line by line. To see if what was happening in the vault was just an application of the placebo effect. Then he responds, which honestly it still could be, which is him saying, well, I did this to test something, and the test was inconclusive. And then he says, granted, that's possibly something that was factored into its design. So maybe the test being inconclusive was part of its design. Maybe this whole theory was part of how it was designed. So the test was unnecessary to begin with, because that was already something that I was hypothesizing. But it's good to know you're susceptible to the phenomenon. What phenomenon? The test just proved that there was no actual phenomenon. So it proved and unproved, and then unproved the unproving, and now there's no... He's acting like this is just... He's literally just said nothing. He literally just conveyed absolutely nothing.
It's kind of noise.
This is nonsense.
It's a good example of why writers always write about writers. They keep writing about characters who are writers, because they're writers, so they know what they're writing about.
Yeah.
When a writer writes about a scientist, and they're not like, I don't know, Michael Crichton or something, and really like somebody who really fixates on these things, or like there's somebody who writes about it like a fucking art historian, and they're not Dan Brown. Like you have to like be obsessing over that specific field in order to write about it. Like I'm genuinely looking at this and I'm like, I'm not sure if Grizz knows what the placebo effect is. And that's the problem, because he's supposed to be, not only is he supposed to be a scientist, he's supposed to be like the mastermind, that like character out of all the ones we've met so far. And he's very specifically written to be like specialized in a field, and not just a specialist in like the thing the plot is about, but specifically like he's using science terms and concepts. He's like, the placebo effect. The placebo effect is when I threaten you with a fake truth serum, and that proves the vault, but doesn't prove at all. What was this? And when a plot point is big enough a deal to get a CG, you just think it's going to be more thought through than this, but it's hard to tell what they're going for. My eyes narrow at him, unsure if I could leave or stay in hopes of this turning out for the better. Besides, with how much coffee you drink and how often you sleep, you could do to drink more water, Dave. Then give me a Pedialyte, you fuck. Grumbling, I shoved my hands in my pockets and turned to leave. There's a lot of pockets, hands in pockets this update. Ah, we had enough for tonight. You stabbed me! Fuck you! I thought I was going to be shown something interesting, but instead you've just gone and put me on an edge after injecting me with something. Saline solution. Doesn't matter what it was. Kind of matters, but also no! I just thought that you could trust me. I nodded quickly, but
I mean,
Osmond rubbed the bridge of his nose.
You just proved that he can trust you because you didn't put him into harm. You could have killed him just now or actually done something, but you went, well, I didn't actually do anything. I was just testing you.
Classic proof of trust is when you shove someone off a cliff, then grab them and catch them like, saved your life. That famously increases trust with people. I nodded quickly, and Osmond rubbed the bridge of his nose. I do apologize. It's been a while since I've had to deal with younger adults. Although I did need to follow through to test a theory. What theory? Do you remember how I said the vault works on trauma? That perhaps you've lived through these events before? Sure, it was morpho something. Morphic resonance, but yes. That you've got a genetic memory to call upon to keep you safe. The fact that you didn't seem to know what I was about to do implies that the trauma wasn't strong enough. Or the vault doesn't work?
Or it's just a placebo effect, which is what you literally just said. You literally just said this.
I mean, I guess you can cause, if he believes in the placebo effect, then it's like you could trigger the vault with fake threats by just traumatizing someone.
Sure.
And not actually causing harm.
Yeah.
Except for the part where trauma is harm. Or, this is the first time we're on this loop. My expression must have given away that I was confused, and he continued. Consider time to be in a constant state of flux, changing, moving, but additionally always looping. Ever heard of the phrase that history repeats itself? Sure, but I thought that was more like people having habits or something. Something like that. More locally, you can see it within families, the sins of the father and the sins of the son, and so forth. Or more bluntly, you learn how to behave from your parents and have an increased likelihood to be as them. That makes sense. Also, the genetic part, I guess, but because I'm related to my parents, so...
It's also Assassin's Creed now. If you like Assassin's Creed. Remember Assassin's Creed?
Time is both looping, but also constantly changing. Two things you can definitely say next to each other and have them make sense. I'm so mad. Time travel stories are hard to do, but it's not that hard to do a decent one, like an acceptable one, where you have to. It takes too much thought to reach the point where you're like something's wrong with it.
You know what you do is you create a fucking outline. That's really all you have to do is create an outline.
I'm just saying, like, they don't even know how to describe the ideas like they make sense. Because he's saying time's constantly changing.
Yes.
Cool.
But he's also saying it's looping.
That means there's no such thing as a loop.
Yes.
Like, inherently, time has to be extremely static, actually, and never changing, and every loop is exactly the same in order for there to be time loops where the entire universe is remade over and over again, and exactly the same things happen until we get to the mansion with a time travel machine that can change the timeline.
It can, So the other thing is that it implies that there is one person in a superposition who is experiencing this all linearly, and that time, no matter how many iterations there are, is a linear point from A to B from their perspective. And that's how Thanatos describes it, is that there are loops ahead of him and loops behind him, and he has experienced them in a linear order. But the way that Oswin is explaining it is like a garden of forking paths, with a million different fractals always on every variable that is not necessarily being experienced linearly.
And this is also something that's backed up mechanically because you could do the routes in any order you want and also get passwords for routes you haven't seen yet, like we did, because this game's choices are not easily or well laid out. They are not good for your brain to understand. Like this, it doesn't work.
You can't do this. If you want to do this, you have to gate progression. It's the only way to tell this story.
It's frustrating. Because, yeah, like, they're just disregarding the butterfly effect. Like, they're just not acknowledging just the idea that, like, oh, Alexander the Great's fucking campaign goes slightly differently in this timeline, and Dave's never born.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I mean,
there's so much long human history and infinite generations of people living and dying and making different choices that if you say that time changes, that means that you literally can't have a time loop where the same mansion happens with the same people every time loop, and then we just gotta change this one thing and that's how we'll fix it. You literally have to make the point that time plays out exactly the same on an infinite loop, and that uniquely this magic vision-giving time travel device lets you receive new information, and that uniquely fucks with the timeline in a way that can't otherwise ever happen.
Yeah, or it works within constraints, and you can only shift to a certain degree of variance through different world lines, or, you know, there has to be more structure there. The other way you do this is you say the scale has blown up so large that that Thanatos hasn't just seen millions of timelines, he's seen billions of trillions to the power of trillions and gazillions of timelines for every single variable, and that he has seen all of time up to this point. But again, if you do that, you need to communicate his fatigue much more actively, because the time between one Dave resonance and the next Dave resonance for Thanatos could be gazillions of years if it is laid out linearly like the game wants to imply. So this is just
a nightmare.
Wild. I don't know. I'm going to use another time travel example that I'm sure people who read this novel and like it have probably read and or seen, but like, this isn't even something you need to like mechanically, scientifically explain. Time travel is like basically a fake thing. We have theories about it, but it's not really real or practical or anything that we fully understand in the modern world. You can literally hand wave this. You just hand wave it. Like, you just have to be like, we have a variable in the machine that only selects certain conditions in which this machine is replicated under these circumstances.
Wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey.
Exactly. Like, you could do the Steins Gate thing. Steins Gate does this. Steins Gate goes, the variance between world lines, there is a hard limit between what you can travel through. Traveling to a variant above a certain margin of error results in catastrophic change to the timeline. Like, you only have so much power within your limited superposition. So that's the point. That's the point of this. That's how this works. But this is just trying to be bigger in scope. It just feels like Password is just like, you know what? I'm gonna reach for the stars because all these other things did this, but I'm gonna do it better. I'm gonna go bigger. Bigger is always better. And it just doesn't function, especially not with characters this fucking dumb. Oswin is just dumb. The way he's explaining this is not smart. The things that he is saying are not smart. He does not come across as a scientist. He comes across as someone who doesn't know what he's talking about.
And
nothing that he's saying makes sense.
He built the device. He built the vault.
It's so painfully clear that this story was just like written
on the fly.
Yeah, written completely on the fly. There is no outline.
I'd be worried if there was. I don't know how to finish the thought. we know. That summarizes the game. But I felt smart having made the connection. It didn't seem...
The look I'm giving my screen right now.
Uh-huh. It didn't seem too hard to follow so far, but who knew where that conversation was going? In part.
That's another line that you just don't need.
Yeah,
you don't need to say.
Saying nothing again. In part, but it's more abstracted than that, or rather, think on a larger scale. Civilizations, history in general? Bigger, think macroscopic. Microscopes? Macroscopic, the opposite. Bigger, men who can step on cities and whatnot. My siblings were of the opinion that time itself loops infinitely end to end. Oh, like that movie with the groundhog? Not exactly. They were of the mind that at the end of the universe, time resets over to the point of conception of the universe, and things play out exactly the same. So it's like Futurama. Have you seen the episode Futurama, where they use the time machine, but it only goes forward. This seems kind of silly. It was a comedy. They do resolve it by killing their own selves and then be like, well, I guess this is our world now. I agree. There's nothing to support this, but Reginald was fond of his quantum nonsense, and my sister was more than happy to entertain his thoughts.
What are you talking about?
To the point of wondering if they could manipulate these supposed resets with the theory of morphic resonance to actively take hold of the reins of history.
That is literally the plot of the game.
I wonder if Roswell just is Reginald? Since he's dead?
I honestly don't think there's anything to do with that. I think Roswell is just Oswin's son, and the game's poorly written, and he's just a shitty little mastermind who's really sick and needs to get cured, and so he's masterminding things because he just conveniently has more memories than everyone else.
You think
I really think that's
just
just it.
isn't going to come up?
No, I think the metempsychosis.
forget.
I think the metempsychosis of this is Roswell dies, and then loops back to another Roswell. I really think that's it. I think that the fundamental concept is just that. Like, you're Roswell B from the B universe, and when he dies, you'll be Roswell C from the C universe. The same consciousness passing to multiple different iterations of the same person.
But that would mean that if what they thought was true about the reset thing, then it occurred to me that Roswell would have likely got a kick out of what I was going to compare it to. Wouldn't it be like having psychic powers or something like that? No. That seemed to hit a sensitive nerve for Oswin as he huffed and clenched his jaw.
I have an issue with Florencia because I just also have realized that she's literally never described as herself. She's always just described as someone who needles other people. Have you noticed that? It's never that she's like, she was really smart and intelligent and a master manipulator. It was just, yeah, she really liked listening to my brother and supporting him. She thought my ideas were interesting and played along. She literally doesn't have a character. She just agrees with other people, and that somehow positions her as this weird mastermind who knows everything behind the scenes. Like, I really don't understand what they're going for with her either.
Sure, I didn't get needles, because doesn't that mean, like, annoys and bothers?
I mean, I just mean, like, spurs on. Like, she literally just, like, encourages them to do things, and in the case of Oswin, she's supporting Reginald in an attempt to bother Oswin. Like, she's like, yes, go on with this thing that our brother actively disagrees with on this project we're all working on.
Yeah.
Like, she's an instigator. That's really all that she's ever been explained as. But the thing is, it's like, it's robbing her of any agency in a story where she's also positioned as, like, a master manipulator. Because she's not really manipulating. She's just nodding her head. She's a yes man. That's all she is.
Yeah, I don't know. I struggle to have opinions about Florencia because, yeah, she's not there.
She's not a character.
It's a bit... And there's probably something to highlight about the two female characters.
There are two of them?
Yeah, the mom.
That's not a character. She
Exactly.
didn't show up.
Exactly. Despite what my sister believed, you're not going to get radical powers through this. Being able to save my friend seems radical? Enough. I will not entertain the thoughts of such things. It's not scientific. I know what science is, somehow.
Your pseudoscience is also not scientific. You're a shitty scientist, Oswin.
Okay, fine. Just stop stabbing me. Besides, the vault itself is the testament to their work. If their theory held true, no event prior to its creation could be circumvented. My mind immediately jumped to the one event that I'd want to change if I could. I swallowed, an uneasy feeling in my stomach making me certain if I should ask. Which is why I find your ability to use it interesting. He pulled a marker out of his pocket and drew a single straight line across the paper he had flashed to me before. Time is represented like this, a single line. At least in my opinion. There are no alternate branches. There's no going back in time, only forward. On more than one occasion, you've been able to get this to work. And like I told you a few nights ago, I've only programmed in 2 passwords. You've been able to get this to work? The fact that time goes forward? What is this? That doesn't follow the previous sentence. One to open the door and another for something else, yes. I wasn't joking when I said that the vault is a containment unit, considered akin to a bank vault. And the other password should be the code to my specific storage box. Which begs the question, how you've been able to use the vault in ways that shouldn't be possible. Thanatos knows how to program the vault as well, but only on a theoretical level. What? Brings us back around to history repeating. I don't get it? Let's say you went through life and suffered a great loss. Something you witnessed and had to live through. You went about your life after it, and one day died. The world went on until the collapse of the known universe. My blank stare must have upset him, and he frowned and continued in a much more terse tone. Ugh. The universe expands, Dave, and like an elastic band or balloon, at some point it'll snap back, inciting what we know as the Big Bang. The Big Bang. An implosion so strong it'll generate another universe once again. But even if that was true, how would it know to make things in the exact same way every time? Exactly, as you say. And you'll forgive the pun, but the chances of that happening is astronomical. But that's why my siblings believed. That's what my siblings believed. Bleh. That's what my siblings believed to be the case, and I hate to admit that what you've shown so far lines up with their theory at least. A sharp pang ran through my head, and I clutched it briefly. Something was scratching in my mind, something that I couldn't quite explain. What's wrong? I don't know. My head hurts. He closed the gap between us and lifted my chin to look me in the eye. It felt like he was assessing me just by looking me in the eye. Cool. And carefully he stepped back, satisfied about something. You're fine. But my head. Dave, you're just tired. Granted, I could see why you might be a bit panicked. I did stab you. Talking rat. Fun day. Grumbling, I messed with the fur atop my head before shoving my hands back in my pockets. So what happens now? I go to bed, and then... That is the question, isn't it? I have some things to think about, but mostly I feel it's time to do something I should have done the first time you passed out in front of the vault. Which is... make myself known to everyone currently living here. Is that... smart?
Wait.
Uh-huh.
Nope, we're not gonna talk about it.
Uh-huh. Him being a secret / being revealed is the entire basis of the entire route split that has doomed the last few months of our lives, and he's just gonna reveal himself a few days later anyway. Is that smart?
Uh-huh.
You were
Yeah,
hiding for a
whatever.
reason, but now what's different? To be honest, not a whole lot. Uh-huh. But it does behoove me to be somewhat of a known presence here in case things go wrong. Heaven forbid I get blamed for a murder under my own roof. You promise you're not going to kill any of us? I won't hesitate if you threaten me with lethal force. Children. But my intention is to see that you all to safety after all. I do not wish any of you dead. And Benson? He may be a trained assassin and butler, but he answers to me. Don't threaten him and you'll find yourself perfectly fine. I whined slightly, rolling my wrist lightly in my jacket pocket. That would have been nice to know this morning, but I did deserve what happened. It would have been nice to know this morning that he might react if I tried to punch him. Well, okay. Run along to bed, Dave. I'll see you sometime in the morning. Or perhaps lunch. I'll figure it out after I've gotten some rest. He looked me over when I didn't move right away, quirking a brow. What's the matter? I don't like that you injected me with something without my permission. I don't like that you snuck up on me and did it either. And I don't think I trust you. Good. To be honest, I'd be worried if you did. All things considered, here it is again, a healthy level of doubt will keep you alive longer. I'm a man of my word. I don't wish for any of you or yours to be dead, but I will defend myself. Alright? Well, stop. Why do you keep saying that? Backing up a bit more, I watched him until I made it back to the doorway to the lab. Are you quite done? Sorry for not feeling comfortable with my back turned to you. Then how about I lead? There's a faster way out of this part of the house. He wandered over and led me out of the lab. I followed close behind so that I could still see the white mass of his back, but far enough behind that I was out of arm's reach. We were both quiet, but the sound of the house filled the silence. The creaks and groans of the old house making it feel alive, as if it were breathing. An ever-present noise that we never describe in this game. Osmond pushed something against the wall and a section opened, revealing what seemed to be the basement. Here we are. This is the basement? There was a passage here? He looked at me and nodded once before moving into his explanation. There's one secret passage from the conservatory to the library. You know this one, right? And then this one leads to the lab? Technically speaking, it attached to the library as well, but the laboratory does exist in between, as does my bedroom. Then there's one last passage leading from just outside the dining room into the same passage we just passed through. That's... I thought back to when Benson would appear and disappear from, figuring that that was just him making use of that passage. Likely the one you've noticed Benson using? Yes. Well, don't include this description if you're just going to immediately have him say it anyway. It's the one he uses most often to bring me food, given how direct it is. Likely, looking around the basement, my eyes locked on the door leading to the vault. I guess... I'll see you later? It would seem so. Sleep well, Dave. By the time I looked behind me, he was already disappearing back through the passage, closing it behind him. The section looked like any other part of the wall, and if I didn't know there was a passage here, I wouldn't think twice about it. There wasn't anything left to do now. It was just time for bed, where I'd be spending the night alone. Part of me wanted it to be different. Part of me wanted to go find Orlando and cuddle up. Part of me wanted to maybe find Dean or Tyson do the same thing. Tyson's explicitly the one that told you not to do it, but so it's weird that he's just part of the list like normal, both for the reasons of the extreme emotions and cuddling you've already done, and the part where he's specifically excluded right now. But I was alone. I stumbled up to my room, but not before heading to the conservatory to close off the passage to the library. And when I got to the room, I nearly collapsed on the bed in exhaustion. The place was cold and quiet, making me shiver and cradle myself before forcing myself to shower. Clean, tired, and feeling a little lonely, I looked at my phone. Pictures of me and my friends, some of Mom and Dad, all of this mixing to confuse my emotions further. Because my mom hates me. All at once I felt sad, happy, alone, loved, and I hovered over the button to call my voicemail. I hesitated, wondering if listening to Dad's voice would do me any good before I held off and pulled my finger away from the dial button. Something in me felt lighter. Not that it made me feel better entirely, but it was something that was different at least. I scrolled through the rest of my contacts. Tyson? Roswell? Orlando? I set my phone down with a sigh to go to bed, half hugging my pillow as I tried to will sleep to come to me. You just felt lighter? Nothing about this sounded like it was good stuff. You sounded overwhelmed and attacked. Falling asleep was hard, but it happened anyway, eventually. My mind was racing, wondering about what the next day would bring, and how the others would react to Oswin, or what he did to me in the lab. It was something I had decided I wanted to bring up. I had to decide if I wanted to bring up, if at all, but that was something for the morning. Please don't give us another route split.
Yeah.
Please. Oh, you did the reveal the injection route. This is another 75-hour-long dead end that doesn't resolve anything. No! There was a familiar floating sense. Nope. Poor Tyson, he was struggling with it as much as I was. But he was always the one between the two of us that was stronger, or at least more protective. Maybe it was a wolf thing? But I remembered of him and Dad interacting, though. Maybe he was just trying to copy how to be a good person, or maybe it was something else entirely. That feels weird that it's route specific, because that's just about their backstory together. He said he missed my dad as well, and no wonder given how often he'd been around and be asking for advice on stuff I wonder if I should have been paying more attention on what advice he was getting, because I felt lacking now more than ever. I found myself in the kitchen, just as empty as the rest of the house. I would have said that having Tyson around might have been fine, but even he was planning on leaving. What? Those statements don't contradict. It's whatever. I upset Tyson today. Roswell fidgeted next to me, but kept quiet. He misses my dad too, and I don't know. I feel so confused.
So the ghost thing?
Dad would know what to do, but I wouldn't give to just see him again and ask him something. I flinched as I said it, nearly immediately thinking back to the dreams I'd been having about how lacking they felt compared to the real thing.
I think that's to be expected. I don't want to pretend to know what it's like to be in your shoes, Dave, but I don't think there's, well...
He scratched his chin before resting his head on the table.
He seemed off at dinner. Even Haas couldn't get him to talk about anything, but he pulled Dean aside for a bit. Didn't come back, though.
I did say I pissed him off today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the next day, Dave.
It's still day... Oh, it's day 12. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we went to...
Yep.
we did the evening meeting with Oswin as planned, so now it's the next day. And so he's talking about the pool, right? Yesterday. Oh. Roswell pulled out his phone, placing it on the table. Oh, this is all just old. Oh, Sal's here. This happens anyway. I heard the back door open, followed by Sal's heavy footsteps.
Good morning.
Hey, Sal. He drummed his fingers against the railing as he watched me carefully, silent beyond that greeting. What's wrong?
Nothing on my end, but what about you?
I sighed, looking back at the trees briefly while I thought over how best to answer. I think I'm just ready to go home.
So soon. That would make sense, all things considered.
Stop saying all things considered all the time now. He was just in a rut with that one. You're talking about what came up at dinner. It's a good example of how all the characters... Knowing that none of these characters have individual voices, because they keep saying the same things as each other whenever Grizz has a particular phrase that's just in his, like, go-to roster.
Yeah.
He nodded slowly, looking out at the trees much the same way I did.
We're all worried for you.
I'll be fine. You know what, this isn't... We don't need to read this.
Yeah, we've already had this conversation.
Because we're friends. What if something happens to you, Dave? It's alright, I know. We're gonna have breakfast now. Bracing myself on the sink, I caught the sight of movement just off to the side, shrinking without having realized I had company. Oh! My hand went to my wrist, remembering last time I spoke to Benson in the kitchen, although he didn't seem to react when I did so.
Oh boy, you're looking worse for wear.
Is it that obvious?
I'd say you're making no effort to even hide it.
Yeah, I'm not a butler, I don't fucking have to. He strode closer, around me, to the He strode closer, around me to the coffee machine and started to brew some coffee. Just what a weird sentence. It's just a weird way to write that. It scans strangely. Coffee? For Oswin?
No, my boy, you're in no state to prepare this yourself. You're a little piss baby, Dave, who can't even make his own cup of coffee. Every chance you'd potentially spill it, rather. Take a seat and I'll bring it to you.
He literally is just calling him a little piss baby who can't
Yeah.
hold a coffee cup.
Exactly. Shuffling along, I took a seat in one of the stools around the kitchen, resting against the countertop while I watched Benson work. Thank you, Benson.
My, this is a departure from the other morning.
Sorry. You were just telling me to
Now,
let my
Dave.
friends die.
Now, Dave, we all have our moments of weakness. Granted, the apology is appreciated. I don't quite like being accosted within the home in which I reside.
Wait,
Granted is
Go
also
back
a
one?
word they all say all the time.
go back one? No, yeah.
From the other morning. Okay. In my head, I read that as this morning, and I was like,
Yeah.
wait, did it...
He carefully placed a cup of coffee in front of me, and I took it graciously. The moment I started to drink, I started to feel a little bit better. Thank you.
Now then. How did last night go?
My hand went to my neck, the sting of where I'd been injected lingering if only in my memory. I got tricked.
You didn't really.
Tricked, my boy?
The injection, I guess.
Yeah, I know, but like it wasn't really a trick. It didn't really communicate any. It was the same situation no matter what. And also,
Yeah.
Oswin didn't get anything out of it. I guess if you can say you got pranked. Dave got pranked last night. That's what happened.
I was talking to this rat before he injected something in my neck. I could see Benson's jaw clench, clearly not happy about what I'd said.
My boy, what did he inject you with? Did he ask before he did it?
Obviously not, that's what those sentences meant. No, he snuck up behind me and jabbed me with the truth saline solution, I think. Benson rubbed his temples, grumbling.
I swear, I taught him better than that.
No, you didn't. Taught him better than what? The thing you just said, Dave? What? You almost sound like his father, yeah, okay. Do, we know this. It's just not
Yeah, I mean, the
interesting.
only reason why Oswin's father is lacking in qualifications as a father is because that's just the trope.
Yeah.
You just wanted to have a Benson in the plot, so you needed an Alfred, so you just decided, what if Oswin's father is just a bad dad, and we never elaborate any more than that because all the characters in this story are one-dimensional.
Anyway, we're establishing that Benson doesn't like the rat, since it says he has attitude problems. It's a matter of trust is being broken. They're repeating that now. Taxing your sanity. And if you leave the house, I'll keep you safe instead. Okay. Ty. There was a tightness in my chest whenever I thought of him now. Something that was different from when we used to just hang out. Back then, it was just nice. Different from hanging out with Orlando. Different from Roswell. Different from Dean or Haas, too. I presumably had relationships with all these people, but you'll have to imagine what they were like. But now, the feeling was more intense, almost like, do I love Ty? I don't know. Ask 75 more times. The revelation was enough to make me stop and look around the woods. The revelation? What do you think the word revelation means? We've had the same description in monologue several times already. Of course I love Tyson. He was like a brother, but was I in love with him? It's just still not even a revelation. You still haven't landed on an answer. It's just not what revelation means. There was a dull throb that came after me voicing it out loud. You didn't voice it out loud. You thought it. What the fuck? It helped somewhat, but the feeling was only replaced with something else. You're not gay, but you date me. No, he specifically was saying no. His whole fight was when you asked him to date you, and he freaked out. So he explicitly said he wouldn't date you. Why is every line of this wrong? Every single line. It's not a revelation. You didn't say it out loud, and he said he won't date you. God damn it. Buddy, just please think about what the words mean, what is in the script, because that's what the story is based on. And if the words don't mean anything and don't make any sense, then you just don't have a story, you don't have characters, you don't have scenes, you don't have dialogue, you just have words chosen at random. So what does that mean? Then my thoughts turned to how he had said that if I wanted to have sex, I just need to ask. But at the same time, any time kissing had come up, he'd shut down. And thinking of shutting down reminded me of yesterday. Sighing out, I continued my trek down to the main road. Ty wasn't my boyfriend, but if he was, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. We basically were already, right? The only thing the only thing would be breaking the news to Dean? Are you dating Dean or not? I'm begging you. Set up your story at the beginning so anything makes sense. They made it so clear he wasn't dating Dean in the first few days. Continuing on, I got back to the manor, and as I got closer, I saw Benson standing outside the front door looking out at the grounds. Back from your walk, blah, blah, blah. I don't care unless you bring something up. This game just wastes so much time, and I'm just like, please talk about something.
I hope you're yelling. He yelled?
Maybe. Did he yell when he was down at the road? I don't remember. It was the same
guess
scene as
so. I
last
guess he was
time.
screaming about, I love Tyson! Do I love Tyson? Even though it was communicated in thought text and not yelling.
I just don't...
Presentational consistency is really important.
There's no way he could hear you from there. It's supposed to be a really long walk. Unless he followed you all the way down and all the way back up.
It echoes in the canyon.
Seems absurd. And that's when everybody left without us. But now it's time for dinner. How'd your day turn out? And you guys all left in the woods on your own? Whoa. Everyone had fun without me? One of the 2 times the group hung out was the moment they lost track of Dave. Maybe they're always hanging out whenever we're not around. This just seems like the same conversations. Alright, here's Oswin. Oswin stood in the doorway of the dining room, looking at each of us in turn. May I introduce you to the master of the house? That was Benson. I'm dumb. It's unneeded, but thank you, Benson. My name is Oswin Hammond. I guess it's unneeded.
I guess he's saying Benson doesn't need to be the one who does it. He can do it.
Yeah, just pointless thing to say afterwards.
He's doing the Leonardo DiCaprio point.
Os was the first one to move, pointing at Oswin briefly.
Roswell, your dad is here.
Oswin shook his head, eyeing Haas carefully. No, boy.
Okay, well, better question. Why are you here?
It's my house.
If Haas is a lie detector, would he not know if that was a lie? Or is this going to be a technicality thing?
He should know. So naturally, I'd be here, no? Roswell's jaw was clenched, seemingly none too happy with Oswin showing up. Seeing Roswell and Oswin in the same frame really highlights how better drawn Oswin is and how weird their scale is, because Roswell's seemingly the shortest character, but it feels like every sprite in the main cast, or at least a bunch of them, are just kind of set to the same height, because that's just like the resolution they were drawn at, and they weren't scaled at all. You can tell that Roswell's too big because his head's massive, so it's like, oh, if you match their head sizes, he would be like this short or something. But it's just here, just putting him directly next to Oswin, you're like, that could use a redo. Roswell's jaw was clenched, seemingly none too happy, but Oswin showing up.
I knew something was up. Something wasn't making much sense unless there was someone else here. But still.
If you're going to say something, Roswell, say it.
Why are you here if we're staying here for the month? I thought we had it to ourselves.
Well, sorry to disappoint your expectation that I'd be willing to let 6 relative strangers stay in my house without me being around. I mean, Roswell didn't invent the premise, it was presented to him, presumably. This is just how this is normal. It'd be really weird to find out that the Airbnb person's there. Oswin's attention returned to me, sizing me up, but his attention was taken again by Roswell speaking up again. Again. That's a lot of again.
Then if you've been around this whole time Benson knew, and when we were all looking for the gun, you didn't say anything?
Of course not. But why?
Because you're a bunch of idiot children looking for a gun.
Once more, Oswin looked at me, maybe trying to figure out how much I'd told my friends. Put simply, I'm a private man. I think that's why I thought for a long time that Benson was shot. Oh wait, no, he was shot. Yeah, because of the gun they looked for. Anyway.
He was killed in a different timeline.
I'm a private man. That's why I invited 6 strangers to live in my house. I don't live on a somewhat private mountain in a mansion where puts are hidden behind secret doors if you typically enjoy company. Wait, hidden rooms? They exist? Orlando trembled at the idea, eyes darting between Roswell and Oswin. Master Noble, you know full well why those things exist. I'd have thought you'd have learned that firsthand from your father by now. Hidden rooms worked sort of like bank vaults, right? Part of me felt racist thinking about dragons would of course know better, and it was strange that Orlando just didn't know. Dragon racism! Dragon racism!
Loaded bank racism. Dave will never feel racist for any of the other things that he thinks. It's just this.
Just reminding you that Dave thinks his dragon's family is bankers somehow. You know my dad? Among many things. Cool. If you were to stay here, why wouldn't I want to know about those under my own roof? It's not hard to get background checks on people if you know who to ask and where to ask. Remember, 4 of you just finished school, so public records are fairly easy to come across.
4? I thought a lot of them had finished school. I thought Dave and Roswell were the only ones who just graduated.
He said just finished school. So it's Dave, Roswell, Orlando, and Haas. Because Tyson dropped out, and Sal and Dean are older.
Hold on.
Are you looking up school records?
No.
What?
I'm looking up how old all of the characters are.
Oh. Yeah, I think 4 of them are the same age, basically, or Tyson might be a year older. I don't know, he dropped out.
Hold on. I know it's been in our comments before. I thought it was on maybe the Itch.io. Give me a moment. I'm going to figure this out.
Alright, well, I'm going to give you a moment by reading the game.
Yeah, no, you can do
now,
that.
if you'll
Sorry.
excuse me, I'll come to to make myself...
I figured we would cut that out. Is that just going to sit there? Great.
I mean, I don't... We do like 6 hours of this a day. You think I remember these every individual moment?
No,
where
I just
there's
figured
a
you
gap?
pressed the pause recording button for a moment.
I didn't know what the pause was. You didn't. You were like, here, let's stop the video for a minute. There's no like indication.
Sorry, I would no. That was me.
Like, why
that
didn't
was
I
me
read...
forgetting that we were recording
Yeah.
something because this is so dull.
It's like,
This
why
is
didn't I
fine.
read your mind? Now, if you'll excuse me, I've come to make myself something to drink, and I'll let you go about your business. Osmond wandered past me, patting me on the shoulder as he made his way into the kitchen with Benson on his heels. Damn, well, that's something. Huh? If it's his house, I guess being here makes sense. I know I'd feel more comfortable with strangers being in my house if I was around.
I found it.
I'd be more comfortable with strangers in my house if I wasn't around. I don't want people in my house.
Roswell is 18. Dave and Orlando are 19. Haas is 20. Tyson is 21. Dean and Sal are 24.
That's what
people-
20?
That's what people are saying on the Itch.io page. Maybe this was like forever ago.
Yeah.
This was 9 days ago.
Oh.
So maybe...
That doesn't line up with anything I know about the game so far.
Yeah, so this is why I'm confused. I feel like people don't know the ages, but that's... I've seen that exact comment posted on our playthrough.
Like, even just a few of us just all, like, just... I don't know. He just said 4 of us graduated, and as far as I knew, 4 of us were together. We know each other from the anime club.
Yeah,
the anime
I presume
club at
that
school,
it was
right?
like different
not like
grades, though.
It's not like the community center anime
no,
club.
but it's like
Well, no,
I thought they
my
knew each other from
problem-
Anime Club.
My problem here is that Haas being 20 suggests he might have been out of school for like 2 years already. But
Yes.
but he also seems to be the newest addition to the group.
Yes.
So
yeah,
when?
no,
Like,
we're
what
on the
the
same
fuck?
page about all this.
Were they in the same
Uh,
class for 3 months? And then he graduated
Yeah.
and he's just been lurking around for 2 years? Like, the age...
Well, part of
age
the
gaps
thing
are
that
just
confuses
weird.
me.
Also,
is
it's weird
this-
that it's also weird the two of them are 19 if they just graduated.
Yes. Well,
Because
I mean,
that's,
maybe
like-
maybe they got held back or started school late or something. But
But yeah,
I
I'm saying, like,
agree.
it's relatively hard to be 19 when you graduate in like June, presumably, if it's if Australia's like America and it's you graduate at around age 18 with
I
the
mean,
same
they
number
are
of grades.
Southern Hemisphere, aren't
and the
they?
summer happens at the same time. It's not their
the summer does
but-
not happen at the same time.
Yeah, no, their summer doesn't happen at the same time, but I'm saying like the same, if their year happens at the same time or not. I don't know what part of the year Australian school happens in, but given that the year ends, given that the
It looks
school
like
year
most
ends at like
Australians-
June, given that the school year ends at like June, that means that like only like half of people are like 17 and like half of people are 18. But
Yeah.
being 19 is weird, and two of them being
Yeah.
19 is way weirder if they just graduated. Why-
Yeah, I don't
four of
know. Maybe
four of
those
them
people
should
are
be
just wrong.
Right now, like half of them should be 18 and half of them should be 17. Basically, that should be their ages.
Yeah, and Dean shouldn't be hounding over a fucking teenager.
Yeah. No, Dean and Sal shouldn't be here. Dean and Sal are really creepy as weird older dudes that have a history of wanting to date these characters that just graduated, so they probably just turned 18, and so they were like, well, Sal wasn't interested in them, so it's whatever, but Dean was interested in like a 16 or 17-year-old presumably, and when he was like 22, and that's just weird, and it's weird that they ever met. I don't know how they met, like reasonably how they're interacting for the most part. I just don't know what to unpack with those characters in general. It's just weird. I don't know why they're not just all... Why aren't all of them basically just the same age because they're supposed to be from school? And I don't know what the narrative... Sal being this person that Dave met at work that's older means it's... And who wasn't interested in Dave before this trip means that's fine. It's whatever. But Dean being into Dave while he was in school, apparently... because they just graduated. Why isn't he just a student? Why isn't he just another student? I don't understand what about his character requires him to be a weird age. If it's his house, I guess him being here makes... Yeah, I read this. Sal.
They're guests, Dean, not stranger. More importantly, we're guests, assuming Roswell got permission.
Roswell didn't get anything. His parents did.
Oh,
He did.
I don't know why I said falling apart. I turned to Roswell to check, but noticed him stomping off towards the kitchen. He looked annoyed and focused, ignoring the conversation going on. I'd followed behind him while the others discussed the morality of secretly sharing your house with guests without telling them you're still there.
Why are you still here?
Oswald had a mug while Benson stood stiff next to the coffee machine. Roswell, meanwhile, was aggressively poking the elder boar in the stomach. You mean my house? Benson cleared his throat, and I figured it was to alert the other two that I was in the kitchen, not that they seemed to pay any mind. He's trying really hard to ignore the fact that it's obviously weird. It's just obviously weird he's here.
Mom and Dad said you'd be off doing something else so we wouldn't have parental supervision.
But he's not your dad, right?
Dave,
Brent-
what are you?
If you guys are 19, parental supervision's a weird thing to say.
He's been here for a few moments, Master Roswell, despite my efforts to try and clue you both into that subtly.
You did not try to do that. What the fuck are you talking about? Shut the fuck up.
Clue? What?
I mean, he straight up told Dave that there was a master of the house, so that's not cluing anyone in subtly or not. That's just overt.
Yeah, we were just explained that, and Roswell...
And he
Why would you
overtly
hint it?
lied to everyone else.
Yeah, why would you... If you meant Roswell's supposed to also know, you would just tell him, like he told us. We were explicitly told not to share this information, and he lied to everybody else, so just... I have no
It's
idea.
also just
I
not
don't
subtle.
understand these
He
characters.
just wasn't being subtle to us. He just told us.
I don't mind if Dave is here, after all. Wait, in this room? Are you just talking about going to this kitchen? What? I don't... Whatever. He handed his mug over to Benson while he spoke, looking over to me before turning back to the butler. He's a guest. Oh, and make that 3 sugars, Benson. I guess they're referring... Wait, I think they're just talking about how long Dave's been in the room, in the kitchen, as opposed to the dining room where it was revealed. Whatever.
Okay, fine. Dave is here, but answer my question.
While Benson is good at keeping things in order behind the scenes, the manor is big enough for everyone to share with no problem. After all, you don't... Fuck, I don't care. Just answer the question.
I'm sure we're not related. Okay.
Come on, Dave. I know my
sorry.
own parents.
The question isn't if you're fucking parents, it's if you're related.
And besides, we live next to each other. Do you think I'd suddenly be living in a mansion otherwise?
How many of you
This is
live
one of
on the
those
same
moments where
Roswell
Dave-
and Dave and Tyson are neighbors?
It's also just fundamentally insane to me that, like, honestly, them being neighbors would be more compelling than them knowing each other from fucking school. The part of the thing that's really frustrating to me is that if you want to do a morphic resonance thing, you can't just sit on this. This would be a great moment to be like, Dave is remembering details from timelines we have not seen, so play into it and lean into it so that we clue into something and stop playing coy with the idea of whether or not it exists at all yet. Just reveal that Oswin is related to probably Roswell's dad. Don't have Dave just be like, are you sure he's not your dad? Hey, it's your dad. Hey, Roswell, it's your dad. And then have Oswin, the character no one trusts, go, no, trust me, he's not my dad. And then Roswell, the character that no one trusts, going,
No, he's not my dad. You know he's not my dad. You know my dad.
and then have Dave again go, are you sure he's not your dad? Not an uncle or
The
anything.
struggle
You're
is
not
that
related.
they've written the
Are
time
you
travel to work in the way where you never
sure?"
know anything.
Exactly.
They just know one death at a time, and then if they undo it, they might not even remember it afterwards, and that's the entirety
Yes.
of that dream system.
Of course.
So it's
I'm
like,
just saying,
and
you
given
could
how,
write this
Yes, I know.
better.
But like, given the timeline, making the timeline as long as it is takes my frustration with Virtue's Last Reward to 11. Because that's a game
Sure.
where you learn something at the end of every route, but then your character never remembers anything for the majority of every route you play, and you keep having to reset. But this time it's like, oh god, we have to redo with the longest story I've ever played from front to back again, with them not
Sure.
knowing things again.
My point is more, though, that Dave does know. Maybe, okay, I'm just gonna call it right now. Oswin is Roswell's dad. There's no reason why an author who knows the plot of the story would go, are you sure he's not his dad? Are you sure? Are you sure you're
Yeah.
not related? Are you
we
sure?
picked up an eternity ago that just seemed extremely obvious, but now the game's just having conversations about them being related, and so the only reasons you would do that are, one, you're overly heavily-handedly foreshadowing it.
This is a bit.
Or you're responding to Discord questions.
Yes. This is a bit. This is the one time that this works is when you're doing a bit. Where it's like, you're in a comedy movie and a character goes, do I know you? And then the person sweats for a minute and goes, I don't know. Do you know me?
No.
And then they get real close and he
Behind
goes,
their Groucho Marx glasses or whatever.
exactly. And they're like, nope, guess not. That's a bit. That's comedy. That's what you do. And the joke is they obviously recognize him, but you got away with it because your characters are dumb. What you're doing here is saying that your characters are fucking dumb, and you're trying to communicate to the audience that yes, and you're trying to set up this mystery, but this is not a reveal down the line, because I would like to think, because I'm an idiot, any other fucking idiot reading this text would immediately understand that they are in fact related. Yes, there are too many coincidences here, and there are too many things that are obvious. We didn't even need to see the fucking picture of Reginald and Florencia to know that they're somehow related. I don't even need to see that they're two fucking boars to know that they're related. This scene is just saying they're related. So the problem with it isn't that the characters don't know and can't make the leap. You can definitely do that. The problem is that what you're trying to communicate to the audience is knowledge that you as the author know, but you don't have the dignity to let your character know it so it can become actionable information. Like, what the fuck? This is obnoxious. Stop wasting my goddamn time.
Not an uncle or anything? Dave, you know why. That's... He stopped mid-sentence,
Also-
and Roswell turned suddenly from dumping sugar into his mug.
And why would Dave know that?
Well, I suppose the cat's out of the bag now.
What is with this habit of not answering my questions?
Perhaps if you had some modicum of decorum, I'd be willing to entertain them. But I feel an inquisitive mind such as yours warrants something beyond a simple explanation.
You're
Finish
smart,
make-
so I'm gonna give you the runaround.
I don't... He both said, you deserve the answer, and also fuck you, I won't answer in the same sentence, basically.
If he was always going to just explain the answer, if that's what this next scene is him being like, I am in fact related to Roswell, but I did not raise him. Why did we just go through the trouble of fucking lying and saying no? When no one's mind changed, there was no trickery happening. There was no character change here on Oswin's part to be like, maybe I should tell you. He literally just went, well, based on my predefined understanding of you as a person, I guess I'll just tell you after all.
Finish making your coffee, and we'll round up everyone so I'm not explaining this more than once.
You were just in a room with all of them. Why did you leave?
Retrieving his coffee from Vincent, Oswin walked back to the dining room, leaving us behind.
Do you wish for a cup as well, Master Dave?
Sure. Got a cup. Why would we go anywhere? He'd been in the dining room for a few moments, and already it seemed as though the mood was tense. Upon spotting the rest of us, he nodded and gestured for everyone to follow. Alright, everyone's here, so let's get going. You haven't explained why we should be going anywhere. Then don't come. I'm sure Haas can show you the library in his own time.
They have spent more time explaining why he can't explain something than it would take for him to just be like, my lab is in the library, I am going to show you.
Yeah, it turns out answering questions this way just is more work than just saying the basic answer.
Wait, what?
But Oswin turned away from them, walking out of the dining room and expecting us to follow. Haas followed soon after, leaving Orlando looking around the room, confused on if he should follow as well. Dean and Sal trudged along next, with Tyson close behind looking wary. Is it... What's going on? I guess he'll explain to us when we get there? Orlando nodded gently to himself and followed behind the rest of the group, up the stairs towards the conservatory. He'd mentioned the library without even thinking. I didn't even stop to question where we were going. Sal noticed, having turned to head off to the museum instead, but doubled back to catch up to Dean upon realizing that's not where we were headed. Here we are. Everyone here? Good. I'm not going to show you this more than once, so pay attention. Without thinking about it, he pulled two books needed to open the passage that led to the library. With a gentle push, the bookcase slid aside, revealing the dark corridor behind it. Now, some of you are already familiar with this corridor, no? I looked to Haas, who seemed to be focused intently on the corridor rather than checking to see if anyone was looking at him. It doesn't matter. The observant of you will have noticed that there was something off about the layout of the house, given where you could and could not get to just from looking at the outside. Is it really that noticeable? So much for the observant. Osmond just grunted, looking me over. It felt different to talking to him like this, out in the open somehow. I just couldn't place it.
I have a question.
Yes? What is it? The stupid
You
library.
mentioned the library. Blah, blah, blah.
Stupid library thing. What's wrong, Laswell?
It's not just me, right? There's something odd going on.
Uh-huh.
How he appeared out of nowhere.
In a daze, Haas continued down the corridor after Oswin, returning his hand along the wall to guide him forward. Well, he does live here, right?
Yes, but there's how he appeared. Why now? Why is Haas freaking out? It's not adding up.
I noticed Tyson stepping forward, looking down at into the darkness after Haas. Well, I don't trust him. Fuck letting Top Cat get all the trouble going alone. Getting in trouble getting alone. He calls him Top Cat now? When did that start? Top Cat? You mean Haas? Ty grunted, shooting me a quick look before going on ahead.
Haas and Tyson have been getting closer slowly.
Top Cat's just a terrible name. It's like it's uncomfortable to say. It's just awkward words to put together. But I guess this is how you just say they're together. Also, that was Sal.
Whatever.
Haas and Tyson have been getting closer slowly. I don't know when the nickname started, but it's something.
It started 5 minutes ago. Big Dog just started yesterday.
I'm just glad I didn't get lumped in with Dean.
Huh?
I don't remember. I didn't see the end of the sentence.
It was just where are you going? At some point it's just a lot of waiting. I'm like, I guess I'll just keep going. Fuck it. Huh? I was going to follow the others.
What do you make of this, Dean?
Oh, he hasn't done anything wrong, so I'm not gonna judge? Sal and Roswell exchanged a look before turning back to Dean. What? Okay. So, are we gonna follow as well? Oh my god, everyone needs to have their own reaction, but it's not interesting. When I got there, I looked down to the lower floor and saw everyone gathered around the desk in the middle of the room, all except Roswell, who was wandering off to the side with his eyes set on what I'd assumed to be the door leading to the lab. I'd assume? You've been here, Dave. You've used the door. You know it's the door to the lab. Okay. I made my way down to the others, grabbing Osmond's attention. Ah, good. Everyone's here. What the fuck? Why don't we know about this room? I'd be asking that lion friend of yours, no? What? Once upon a time, Master Warner came here to the house and discovered that room when he was preparing for something I don't really care about. But when you arrived, he alone knew of its existence. I'm a recluse, you see. I hate people. I don't want people around. I don't trust people in my house. Also, I rented my house out for a movie shoot. That's how Haas was here. What?
Hey, that's not fair.
Am I lying?
Well, no, but if you were lying earlier, Haas would have called you out then too, but he's just not gonna do that because it's just for plot reasons.
He sighed out, rubbing his head.
Okay, fine. I've been to this house before and knew about the library, but it didn't mean to really hide it from anyone.
Why'd you come here anyway?
Still don't understand why he came to this library during the filming of the movie.
It sounded like he just found it, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is not any more interesting than the idea of him finding it now. Like,
Yeah.
it's the idea that he found the library is used as a hook to reveal that he's been here before, but we're not given any detail that makes it interesting or specifically important that he found it back then versus now. So he might as well have never been here before.
Yeah. An old acting gig that didn't pan out. It doesn't matter.
Agreed. It doesn't matter, but some days ago, Haas brought Dave here. That's how your hyena friend and I spoke, at least. Wait, Dave? You spoken to this guy before?
At least I know why you wanted to know about the library now.
Then came the nervous chuckle as I backed up a little bit. No, wait, why were you talking to him, Dave? Why is he angry face? Before I could answer, Oswin cut in, clearing his throat. His interactions with the vault piqued my interest, not to mention his desperation to keep everyone alive, including Benson. So I invited him here for us to have a little more private chat about things.
You couldn't talk to us more about it, Dave?
Orlando put his hand on Haas's shoulder, shaking his head briefly at him before turning to look at Roswell messing with the door off to the side. That door over there, though. What about it?
Looks like the door is in the basement.
Ah, right. Well, I can assure you that this is just a fairly sturdy door blocking off what I see as my personal part of the house from the rest.
As if a hidden passageway from the conservatory isn't enough.
Forgive me for assuming that you'd understand what it's like to have a flair for the dramatic. I wandered away from them over to the door, where it seemed as though Tyson and Roswell were checking out the door with scrutiny. Door. Benson lingering nearby to keep things in order. A different author doing this often would feel like it was some kind of clue or trick, like they're doing a bit with the weird repeating language, but he just will use the same thing in the same sentence every time. What exactly are you guys doing? Trying to get the stupid door open.
Well, I've been running through a list of things in my head to see if anything works on its keypad, you know, like the one downstairs.
But no luck?
Well, Master Gray did try kicking the door down in hopes it'd budge.
It was worth
Tyson
trying.
Gray? Is that his last name? Gray?
Tyson Gray. So we're just making a point to say every single person's last name now, when we almost never have. Which is weird, because like if it's a Benson quirk, it's like, okay, he didn't do that in B though. I don't think he
Sure,
did.
but maybe next time wait until we've tried something a little more intelligent rather than assuming kicking down a reinforced door would work over, you know.
He gestured at the keypad that seemed to be wired to the door, causing Tyson to huff.
I like how
Yeah.
they completely buried the hatchet and now are just friends. They're just total friends who
Yeah.
immediately recognize each other's strengths and now are playing into them.
They're just hanging out. It's been hours. Listen, they played Mario Party together. That's trauma. So that means they looped until they were friends. Yeah, well, whatever. What's the password to the door, Benson? Roswell and Tyson shot a glance at one another before looking at me, stunned. What?
That would have been a good thing to start asking.
It felt better kicking the door.
Unfortunately, while I know how to open this particular door, I've not been given permission to leisurely hand over the key to it.
It's very funny that, like, we were all brought here to talk about something, and they just immediately just buzzed off and ignored,
Yeah.
Oz,
And also,
and just start
all of
trying to
this
break into a door in front of Oz. What is this behavior?
yeah, I'm not even gonna think about this.
Oh, what's behind it anyway?
Something secret, that's for sure. Maybe his bedroom or something else like that.
What? That's what you went to?
I'm like 100% certain as well that we've already heard this information because I'm pretty sure Benson explained this stuff to Dave,
Well, no,
which means we don't need to go through the process of re-explaining it to all the other characters because you have to remember that the audience member is a character even if they're not present in the story. So
It's
you
just
don't
not an
need to
interesting explanation,
reiterate.
but also like it just is the lab. This is the door of the lab. We literally talked about it yesterday, so it's just frustrating. It's just like, fucking shut up, game.
I have a question.
Is Mr. Hammond a doctor? Okay.
Probably that or some kind of other science nerd.
Hey, nothing wrong with being a nerd. I'm still mad about this.
Roswell called out before, without even looking up from the keyboard, drawing my attention for all of a second.
It's so hard to get through this.
Uh-huh.
The technically correct answer to your question is a no, Master Warden. However, as it had come up eventually, he did at one point hold a medical doctorate and license to practice medicine, yes.
What happened? He fuck up someone's medication or something? Before Benson could reply, Osmond was on his way over to the rest of the group in tow. As a matter of fact, yes. Enough that it warranted I no longer work in a hospital or officially in the field anymore. Well, shit, alright.
So you were a doctor, okay.
Why?
It's nothing. At least not something I want to openly discuss right now.
So yeah, he was a part of this trial. Fully.
Yeah, I think we knew already.
Yeah, we knew he was. I'm just thinking, again, pretty sure his sister might have been as well.
In that case, find me sometime later and we can ask about at your leisure, Mr. Warden.
It's hard to remember exactly the order that things are introduced in.
It's been 500
Because I think we got
hours.
that information in the Sal route like way later. Like
Yeah.
after the Dave father breakdown.
Yeah, I think so. Or we got it 2 different times, I think. It was once when he was hugging us from the massacre ending, but that doesn't happen. And then it's also triggers at a different time if you don't use the password, but it's the same conversation recycled. So, you've been here since we arrived. You know a whole bunch of things about all of us. You've been helping Dave feel better about everything going on in the vault? No, not that exactly. Orlando's eyes were looking around the room, focusing mainly on the ceiling high above as if searching for something. That's right. And the only reason you or Benson didn't tell us was because it was meant to be a secret. Correct. You didn't tell us because you didn't tell us. Cool. Which is why Roswell asked Benson about who was in the house. Dave, you knew back then, right? Huh? What makes you say that? To be honest, your reaction was a little odd, and I didn't think anything of it. Just one of those things you came out with because stuff was on your mind. I'm mad right now because they set up that Haas is the lie detector, and Haas noticed something, and I don't think he ever brought it up. And now he's not bringing it up now either. Now Dean's bringing it up.
Yeah.
The whole
It's because
point was
Haas is
supposed-
only a lie detector when it's super convenient for the plot.
But he was a lie detector. Like, he reacted, so he clearly no. Now that since we know he's a lie detector, we're like, oh, well, he's reacting to this information because he knows Dave's lying. But then that never came up.
Yeah.
Oh, well, my fault. After our little chat, I asked him to keep mention of me to a minimum. Meaning, not minimum, 0. Or else. Any amount is bad. At the time, I did not realize that his nerves were as bad as they are, but he did a good job. I smiled a little, appreciating the praise. For the briefest of moments, I was thankful I hadn't given him up when Roswell asked. A part of me wondered what would have happened if I did. This is flagging. This is signposting that this is a route split. Don't fall for the bait, audience. It's a bad route. Well, what's the plan now? As far as what exactly? We've been here almost 2 weeks, but you're here, so... Does that bother you? You're welcome to stay for the whole month as originally planned, or at least I see no reason why that should change now. I had no intention of leaving either. Well, sure, but I mean, like, does this mean you'll be around more, or...? Oswald's eyes focused on me, looking me over. His brow furrowed briefly before turning back to Oswald. Orlando, is what I meant to say. Perhaps. I'm still deciding giving interaction with this many people at once is something I haven't done in a long time. Are we that bad? I wouldn't say that. Exhausting is more accurate.
The nature of an introvert, although I would say that interacting more would be beneficial, sir.
He just sighed, shrugging and shaking his head.
I'm not about to say he can't join us for dinner, but like, we know next to nothing about him, which given he knows about us feels a little unfair. Who cares about fairness? You know what you can do at dinner? Learn about people. In fact, that's one of the ways that you do that.
Yep. Would it be comforting if I were to give you my life story over dinner then? This isn't a whole lot to tell. Sounds like a lot to tell. Something's better than nothing. It's a life story.
Just tired.
Uh-huh.
Oh, something's better than nothing.
I felt a hand on my shoulder, easing me away from the group and off to the side. Oh, Tyson stared at me intently, staying quiet despite being the one that guided me over here. What's wrong? You're not going to say anything, Tyson? I'm getting to it. I blinked, frowning. What do you mean? So, we rolled by the river before and could hear you yelling. What the fuck is... What is this yelling range? What is this yelling range and why is this in this scene of all places? Caught us off guard for a moment before I had to tell them it was just you. He went all the way down to the road that apparently takes like an hour or two to walk down to, and they're all the way at the river that also sounds like it takes an hour to get to in a different direction, and people can not hear gunshots in the house because of soundproofing, but they can hear yelling from across the entire mountain. What do you mean, just me? Look, I'm not a stranger to the whole making sounds when you're upset thing. I howl, I get it. You howl? When? Why? Dean,
This doesn't
fuck
matter.
off. We're not having that talk right now. Right.
Thank God,
sorry.
Tyson.
But he's right, Dave. Some of us wanted to make sure you were okay, but didn't really know what was going on. I've heard you wail before. You weren't in danger, just upset. So, don't go asking the what if I was killed crap again. Unnecessary. My mouth was open and ready to deliver that very line, but I eased back, embarrassed. That you're that predictable about saying stuff like that, Dave, where you just use guilt as a cudgel for people for fake problems that don't exist? Do you feel better at least? No? Well, I'm sorry. Ty reached out for my shoulder, giving it a squeeze. He was usually able to make me feel comforted, but his eyes looking off somewhere else, it felt very impersonal. They've been keeping this a secret for a few days, huh? Keep what a secret? Oswin? Yeah. Any reason beyond him asking? Not really. When Roswell asked, I thought about telling everyone, but I don't know. Well, I don't know how many times I can say it, but if you need to talk to someone, I can make myself available. The fact that Oswin dies in Route B because Dave reveals him, and he reveals him because Roswell suspects there might be somebody, and Roswell suspects somebody because Benson is weirdly hinting at it, but not just fucking saying that there's somebody in the house when his goal was to tell Roswell.
Yeah. Yeah,
Thanks,
fully.
I guess. Ty sighed, shaking his head. Can we go eat now? Books suck. I guess so. What are you guys doing over here? Wanting to fucking leave? Mr. Oswin joining us for dinner? I think so. Benson was talking about doing dinner tonight as a means of apologizing for keeping us in the dark. Doesn't Benson usually do dinner? And like Orlando's like getting in the way when he chooses to do it? Well, alright. I'm fine with that, I think. Like you have a choice. Hey, he could be a good guy. I'm willing to give him a chance. As long as nothing bad happens, I think I'm willing to give him a shot. He let us stay here after all. Already I found the conversation moving away from me, and I was torn between feeling glad and just sad I wasn't the center of attention anymore. Why isn't everybody
Oh my
obsessing
God.
over me and my trauma that I'm not telling about anyone and don't want them to ask about, but I also want them all to only look at me? We all filed out of the library the way we came to head to dinner.
It's
What?
already dinner time. Didn't they just have breakfast?
What did Oz reveal?
Nothing. The fact that the lab exists, that there's
Like-
a vault there
Like
to everyone.
Like he once again brought us to a library for a revelation and once again told us jack shit, but now with the whole group. But also he interrupted a conversation where he was being asked specific questions saying, I'm not doing this again. We'll take
Yeah.
everyone to the library and we'll answer these questions. And then he didn't answer any of those questions, I don't think. He just, hey, look, a library. And then they got distracted by a vault and left. And he didn't do any kind of like revelation conversation. What? I lingered at the back of the group, hands in the pouch of my hoodie and letting my feet drag. Sal was acting like a barrier between Roswell and Oswin, while the younger of the two tried to bombard him with questions about the house, other secret passages and such. Haas and Tyson were talking anime, I think. They were both eager to be doing something after dinner. They don't give a fuck about this revelation. Jean was talking to Orlando about something in hushed voices near the front of the train, where Benson was occasionally adding his thoughts on the matter. On whatever. They're just gesturing at the idea of a hypothetical conversation that's interesting, but not writing it. I once again found myself outside? Not hungry. I just wanted to be asleep again. I was so lost in my own head I didn't hear the back door open. The footsteps approaching as they came to stand beside me.
It will skip how Dave managed to avoid everyone and split off from the group that just said they were going to head somewhere together.
Oh, it's
But
doing worse. It's doing way worse than that. It's skipping
Yeah.
Oswin's life story.
Yes, but then
They
it's
literally-
also
like, this is happening because
won't
they-
skip them
they-
walking downstairs and asking about when Tyson woos at the moon.
Yeah. No.
Are we being for real right now?
This game's full of logistical conversations that make no sense until they're randomly skipped. And in this case, they're very overtly being like, "Oh fuck, I promised to tell Oswin's life story to Haas." That sounds like work. Dave goes outside. Dave's not there. He's not there for that scene. It's a nice night, isn't it? I grunted as he came to stand next to me, looking out at the surrounding forest. I hear you've been out here moping a fair bit recently. Being inside makes me feel trapped, I guess. It's just nice out here. I think I can understand that. I used to stand right where you're standing when I was young, either to take a break from my siblings or even Benson, my father, mother. Those are the list of all the people in my life. Anyway, yeah, well, cool, I guess. Oh, come now, Dave. It's not all doom and gloom, is it? You stabbed me. Rich, coming from you. First you tell me that one of my friends is going to die from a hidden microphone in my room, and then you inject something into me. What isn't there to be upset about? Oswin nodded his head briefly before shooting me a curious look. Do you regret it? Regret what? Caring about your friends so much. Personally, I'm a little envious. I would have assumed that this is what it's like to have a child of my own. What? Of course I care about my friends. Any normal person would, right? Would they? Yes. Fake question. The reply came so quick that I wasn't trying to react. You care for your friends, but you're so... Let's go with the word selfless. It's quite fascinating. He's so selfless, it's quite fascinating. I'm not the center of attention right now. 5 seconds ago. What you present is far more than just a form of solidarity between friends, Dave. I wasn't convinced, sighing out and keeping my gaze fixed on a spot beyond the trees. If I were to steel man this game, I would say that this is characterizing Oswin as just being such a out-of-touch, weird dude that's awful and evil, because Dave does not in any way exhibit selflessness in any special, unusual way. Like, normal people want their friends to not die. That's just normal. My point is, you're fighting the good fight, although I admit I'm fairly biased towards that. What is your stake in this? Why do you care about me doing my best to save who's marked for death? A simple enough question, I suppose. There were a few moments of silence where I had assumed that he wasn't going to answer. Instead, I just It just seemed he was thinking over his answer. As a doctor, you make an oath to do your best to keep people healthy and alive. As a parent, I imagine it's much the same but for your children. Understandably, I'm neither of those things, although I would love to be. I don't think you would love to be a parent, from what I've heard. Perhaps I'm just living vicariously through you. Perhaps I'm desperate to ensure someone else doesn't make the same mistake I did. You don't get to pretend that Dave is someone you're treating like a son. Getting someone killed? I didn't expect him to chuckle, but he shook his head. Not quite. Wasting one's life away, wondering what if, or lamenting on opportunities long gone. I entered and finished university early, spent much of my years in the field alone before, well, you know. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. How long have you been here by yourself? Long enough to forget what it's like to be around people as a whole. Months? Years, almost decades. Months. Granted, I've not been by myself. Benson's been around, plus the occasional visitor. It's just a very large house for 2 or even 3 people. Rarely, there's been double that. He placed a hand carefully on my shoulder, although the weight of it felt heavy. It was meant to be reassuring. If it was meant to be reassuring, it felt more clinical, or the way a teacher would touch your shoulder in that strange mix of encouraging but distant. Benson's likely going to be finishing preparing dinner soon, so I'll be heading back inside. Alright, well, have a fun dinner, I suppose. Not hungry? I felt my stomach gurgle. Not hungry, but a vague queasiness that killed my appetite. My silence must have been enough of an answer. In that case, I wish you a good evening, Dave. I'll be up for a while, yet likely answering what questions Roswell has for me, or perhaps Mr. Warner. You're welcome to join us at any time. Are you going to tell them about the marked thing? Should I? No, probably not. What's the point of revealing yourself if we're not going to tell what's happening? Then, when you feel it's time, I'll let you be the one to divulge that information. Until then... Osmond turned around and went inside, closing the door gently behind him. I sighed, slumping against the railing and taking one last look around before heading inside myself. Rather than heading down with the others, I headed back to my room. Unlike the night before, no one came to check in on me. I spent the evening laying on my bed, writhing due to the feeling just under my fur, a level of uncomfortable that I couldn't quite place the source of. Eventually, I had a shower to freshen up, only to continue laying on the bed. No one checked up on me in the night before, so maybe Oswin had said something. He just... Same line again, just no one checked on me like yesterday. Again. Night settled in and the house was still. For a brief moment I heard movement outside my door before I moved on, possibly someone heading off to bed themselves. Another hour later I could hear Roswell talking to Haas nearby. Not enough to make out what they were saying, but they were going back and forth about something. Apparently Roswell filled him in on something. Something, but also people can't hear gunshots in this house. But that too felt quiet, and I rolled over in my bed to get under the covers. I cuddled down as best I could, wishing for someone to come save me from myself, wishing that someone would just magically make everything better. But whatever happens, happen. Just give up, Dave. I found myself mouthing the words now, just shy of saying them myself. My head hurt, my heart ached, but despite it all, I was able to get sleep. Yes! Just like trying to speed through the day. I'm like, do it. Give us the next day. Yes! Speed.